Hey, thank you. I'm just fixing a bug. The bug that we encountered the other stream. I was actually doing it off stream, but I figured I might as well. I'm going to stream anyway, I might as well just stream the bug fix stuff as well. In the character select screen, we've been using these lambdas. I think they're being stored as functions. And the lifetime of the stuff we're passing in is a little sketchy. To be honest, I'm not sure why it wasn't causing problems before. Anyway, I think there's a much nicer way we can do some of this stuff. I just need to think my way through it for a moment. That's all. How are you? Yeah, this is funny. I think what we were doing before was STD moving something out of the character select's own character list. Which is kind of a weird way to do it, I'm going to be real. When this was getting constructed, we were passing in a copy, and then STD moving in the copy. In reality, I don't think we need to do this at all. We can simply reference the asset manager's character list in here, and we can copy around like an integer or something instead. You contributed to spice tipping? Transform your Spotify with color layouts and stuff. Oh, cool! It's like a Spotify customization tool. Neat. Good job on supporting open source. I'm guessing you're one of these contributors. Nice work. What did you add? Oh, I'm alright. I was at the gym earlier. I just ate half a pizza. Had a little coffee, and I'm ready to get back to this. This character select screen's quite old anyway, so I'm happy to improve things. So I'm just going to be pretty aggressive at it. The music's so good. Check your GitHub, it's clean. Nice. Well, I need to focus on this. Could you tell me what work you do? So in game start, instead of passing in character, I'm going to pass in a size t character index. That should be way easier. And then I don't know if you're needed. Actually, you are needed for the name. We can even inline this a little bit. Hello, Henry. You changed your shit over. Hello, Henry. Hello, Flowly. What do you prefer? Henry, I guess. Let me break down what you did. You opened Spotify and everything was pitch black, except the video player feed being random Spotify gradient. Oh, so do you normally like to use like an OLED dark mode, for example, and Spotify wasn't applying that everywhere, or your Spotify skin? Check Discord. I'll have a look while this is compiling. It's not compiling. Give me a minute. I'll have a look. Alright, I'll read this in a second. Let me think. Character select. This will just be wherever we're consuming this and we're constructing, aren't we? Oh, that's just this red mark, isn't it? So game start, character data. You are normally... You are being STD moved into the registry. That's interesting. Maybe I can do this sooner. You want to change your real first name when you're older to Henry, so if you call you that, that'll be okay. Alright, sure. Happy to do that, Henry. No worries. Okay, let's see. So I don't know about this STD move thing, to be real with you, and I don't know how often we are using the registry's character data. I'm sure we're using it somewhere. Render HUD system, at least. I think it's okay to just have a copy, though. I think the copy is just fine. Okay, I'll read your thing now. Hang on. You open Spotify, it's pitch black. Using some algorithm. You don't like it. You made a snippet where even if it randomly generates this gradient, even if Spotify randomly generates the div class name using the same algorithm while hiding its properties? Attributes inside a nested JavaScript and executes its own color code? You made something that overwrites the whatever function they were using to decorate the window. Fine. Pitch black. Okay. Oh, does Spotify do that thing that modern websites do where they constantly randomly generate all the like div IDs and stuff, or all of the HTML element IDs and stuff to make it harder to add block things or to use uBlock origin and stuff? They like randomly generate stuff constantly. Did you just add something that sees when that happens and overwrites it with just 0000 color? Something like that. Guesswork. That's annoying that that's what you have to work with. Hey Donut. Steam finished downloading the 5 gigs of Overwatch shaders so you can finally see the stream now. Hey buddy. I'm just fixing a bug quickly with character select. I did a fuck ton of programming yesterday. This was off stream because I needed to focus, to be perfectly honest. Sorry chat. But you won't see much difference right now when I run the game next, but I completely overhauled some elements of how tiles are handling palettes and stuff. I'll explain it later, but essentially you'll see this. This is the how can I move Aseprite? Why are you stuck? Oh, he's locked. Alright, let's unlock you. This is Aseprite, right? You've seen it. You'll notice now that everything's on a single row to design shape, and each column is the shape and each row is the palette. Notice how there is now a second palette, just color swapped. I mean, I redrew some of the wood like a little bit, but I didn't spend too long on it. So I'll explain this later, but this took a little while, and it's still not perfect. That's the rest of the work for today. Will be getting this working the way I really want it to. I'll explain that once I fix this character select bug, because it's a little egregious and it shouldn't take too long. Okay, nice. Nice work, thank you. It's nice on your CV as well, to say that you've contributed to open source. Can you hear me over the music, by the way? Because I'm enjoying it. Maybe it's loud though. Alright, yeah. We don't need to STD move, and I think game start, and it just needs to take a size T character index. And I'm just going to add a copy of the data. What do I want it to be a reference in case you update it later? How do I want to do this? I think the only other place I'm using this live is somewhere I could fetch. Yeah, you can barely hear it. You can barely hear the music. Oh, I can turn it up if you want. Character data. Go to practice character data. Because the fact that we have the asset manager always available makes me not really interested in storing or moving stuff around. No, it's fine. Okay. You've dropped all your past games. You've A Sprite, but a different one. You've Libra Sprite. You can also... A Sprite is also free. You just have to build it from source. I would recommend saving up the €9 and supporting the development of the project, though. It's a really nice tool. But fine. You're making something called Everbrew? You've got some damn work done on it, and you're finally, for the first time, using the nlochman, or well, yeah, the nlochman JSON library, yeah? See you in a bit, dude. Okay, let me just crack on with this then. So, I think that local player, we have this character data thing. We can either just store we can have a component to store this. I don't think it's super necessary. I think local player, this struct that contains the local player information, and simply hold on to a single size T called player or character data index. And I could just default to 0, fine. And if you want to be fancy, we can even have a character data ref called get character data, where you pass in a const registry, and it simply goes return registry dot context. Hang on, let me just shuffle my desk around a little bit. You have access to the asset manager here, right? Oh, maybe... Where are you normally held? That might be an... whatever. We don't need a helpful function for that. That's okay. Character data in text is the most important part. So I'm just going to get this character data thing out of the registry. Let me think. You want to start at the character select screen. Game start passes in an index that we want to use. This might be okay. I'm not certain about the lifetime of this I. This was the problem before where I was a little funny. Don't know. You can use Libra Sprite for 3 months until your birthday, and then you'll buy an electric guitar. Ooh. I'm not telling you have to buy A Sprite, especially if you have to wait 3 months to... Yes, Donut. If you have to wait 3 months to save up for it, it's a perfectly valid reason to just build it from source or use something like Libra. That's fine. Don't listen to me. There's nothing wrong with using the tools at your disposal. Don't buy stuff if you can't if it's 3 months to save for it. That's fine. But yes, Donut, I will be doing cleanup, but I'm going to start at the beginning. Concerned about the lifetime of this I. but let's just pretend that it's okay, or we can fix it later. We're going to send castle message to game start. Game start contains a character index. You can have a copy of it. That's perfectly fine for me. When game start is triggered, inside systems manager in here, we're going to be calling game start with game start.character index. Fine. Game start U instead of a character data. I don't want a index. Anywhere else that has you? No. Okay. Keep this in mind. This is wrong. Character index. We'll start with game start. So we're passing in a character index. We're not going to have anything to do with character data in the registry. We will, however, be placing it on the local player. So your character data index is just character index. I guess you could equal character data, whatever, doesn't matter. Oh, check this out. Please work, please work. Yeah, I fixed F2. I posted it on. I hope this actually fixed it. Let's check first. Yeah, you know what the problem was? I put it on Discord. Let me find the file for you. Windows bug. These defaulted to capital C, : which I think either ClangD or VS Code or some tool is expecting this to be lowercase c for some reason. The fix for F2 was to change all of these to lowercase c. That being said, this is in the build folder, so it's not exactly a permanent solution, but it does fix it manually. Or just hit Control. I'm pretty sure you can even just still find it in here. Yeah, just replacing. So it's not a permanent solution, but this is the bug. So whenever I need to rebuild delete the build folder, I need to redo this, but it works for now. Rewritten whenever you can reconfigure. Sure. But this is the bug. It's apparently a Windows bug. I put a link to the GitHub issue related to it. This is the solution they suggest. I don't know a better long-term one, but for now, just the fact that I know that there's a way to fix it, good start. I don't know what else to do. Maybe I could do like a post configure script that just goes in here and does that rewrite for me. It's a little janky, but you're welcome to look in your own time for a solution. Maybe a new one's been found. But yeah. It just wasn't indexing the directories properly. So it could F2 within one file, but not within other files. And that, yeah. Windows. Yeah, I think that's to say for it, but get money, but it's your birthday. You don't need to spend your birthday money on Ace Bright, Henry. It's alright. You can wait until you've got like a summer job or something, or when you feel comfortable. Don't listen to me. Hello, Alan. Game start. Wait, game restart is just calling game start? When are you being called? Do I ever use you? I do. That's funny. I mean, I guess I can... don't know about this even existing as a function, but... I guess technically it stops you from having to write this out. Read the rest of the message and you were just seeing that you said it wasn't because you said that. Sorry. I'm skipping. You do want to, in your choice, you want to support it, Lamau. It isn't 3 months to save for it, you get money given to you on your birthday. Don't worry, it isn't because you said it's your choice, you think Ace Bright and the development is cool. You're buying it to support them. That's fair. That's fair. I remember also you know, when I was younger, only getting money at like Christmas or whatever, and like that would be basically all the cash I'd have for like the year. I was very precious about it. So if some streamer told me that I had to buy some software that's otherwise free, I would have told them to fuck off. I'm gonna use that to buy fucking Fallout New Vegas or something. It's different when you have a salary. Let's see. So game start, game restart, fine. There was another function that was taking character data. Go to practice. Currently not really being used, but fine. Now, character data. This is probably fine. This is also just fine. Asset manager holding onto you is fine. This is not fine. This is used in the ImGUI section, so we just need to do this. Oh, this is if the player exists, right? Did we not do anything if the... Yeah, okay, I can pick some of this stuff up. So instead of all this stuff, I'm just gonna say... I don't know what character's really being used here, just down here, right? Yeah. I guess it wouldn't... It's not stupid to store character data as a copy in the registry so you can modify it as the game goes on. Because right now I'm modifying the data that you load. You've loaded it from disk. I'm actually modifying it for all copies of that character, which is a little fucked. But it doesn't need to be in the registry. It could always be character data under local player. That's, I think, a little architecturally a little nicer. Have a character data tied to local player and have a copy of it. You're probably getting a job in woodworking. Ooh, cool. I don't think you should modify registries. What do you mean by that, Jake does stuff? When I say registry, I don't mean Windows registry. You know what, yeah, I think character data being in the registry or in the context isn't super necessary, but I actually think having it stored on player entity makes a ton of sense. You just need to be above it, I guess. Oh no, wait, this is in data. That's probably why I wasn't storing it in there. Yeah. And that's probably why I was storing it in the context. Okay, I'm going back on what I said earlier then. Am I? Let me think for a minute. Who's texting me? Oh, it's TK sending me a picture of a cat. Great. Good thing I left Discord open. I mean, I could just forward declare it. Couldn't registries be a storage center for your data to access? I don't know what you mean by that. The registry in this is essentially a static data storage medium, sure, but it's where all the data goes. It's a game. Data gets updated. That's what a game is. If the data never changed, it would be a very boring game. It's I'm using Entity Component System. It's give it a Google. It's a very cool architectural design. Entity Component System, ECS. You might like it. I think forward declaring and storing a character data copy on local player is it's not such a bad idea. I'm gonna go with it and see how I feel about it. This is not meant to be the goal for today, so let's just see how I feel. You can store a character data. Would I want it to be optional? Because obviously you won't have any storage medium. ECS like Bevy? No, ECS is a pattern. Bevy is an engine. Give ECS a Google. Maybe Bevy has one. Probably. Bevy might use ECS. I think STD optional character data in here is fun. You can't store variables or forward declares types directly. Yeah, but you can store an optional, can't you? Or not? I kind of thought I could do it in an optional because it's like put off until later. If I pre-declare it. I guess it's declaring... Ah, okay, that's a pain then. Not optional either because it's not heap allocated. Alright, I could store a pointer and have it stored elsewhere. Alright, you know what? I think I already had a pretty good idea before to store it in the registry. I guess it's not that stupid. I just need to shared pointer character data, maybe? Oops. Well, not now, I guess. Let me think for a moment. I think the character select passing in an index is perfectly fine and valid, as is having game start take an index. We'll look at this in a minute. This stuff is fine, but I think I'm going to actually have a copy. Yes, I think reverting this is correct. So the registry will have a character data in it, but it won't be a STD move, it will be a copy of the data that we will get out of the asset manager. It'll be something like asset manager.characters at character index. I'd like a copy in there. I don't know if I need to wrap it, maybe? Because then that way, I can modify the copy in the registry, you know, like as you're giving the player new stats and new levels and changing them and whatever, and that can be like a moving copy. So if you had multiple, I don't really have plans for multiplayer, but if for some reason I had two of the same characters on screen, they could each independently have their own stat sheets despite being the same character. That makes sense to me. I think modifying the stuff in Asset Manager is a bit icky. You think mutable character state should be separate? You can think as you like, and I think that's a fair point. I'm also now thinking that, like, we could indeed mimic what I do with enemy data, weapon data, and so on, where we have a struct that stores this data on it. I mean, local player could start having this stuff and it's loaded in from character data. Drawing copy means you'll copy all the strings and stuff. That's fine. You know what? I'm not going to let myself get distracted. What I'm doing here is perfectly fine. This is why I had to do stuff off stream yesterday, because I was able to actually focus for the whole day and like get stuff done without all this back and forth, which is fine and valid. But I can't do this. I can't do this all day. You can argue as you like. I can also shut the stream off and code by myself. How complete is the engine? It's getting there. It's getting there. Alright. Just trying to help. I appreciate it. Thanks, Donut. Just keep it at the back of your head, because I get a lot more done when I'm not streaming. And I'm a lot happier with it. And that's, I think, the most important part, is that I'm enjoying myself. And there's certain things I cannot, while it may be valid. And if it causes problems later, or indeed if I implement this and then realize I need to do something slightly different, that's fine as well. But you gotta make decisions. This is a 2D game. Kinda. Right, let's see. Menu system takes... Oh, is character select still being constructed with stuff? I thought I removed that. Yeah, don't need that anymore. You not used? Oh, it's copied. Oh. The game is 2D, but everything has 3D coordinates and is technically being drawn. Well, you take a copy anyway, but no. I don't know, I'm just gonna leave this for now. You can't... I don't like cowboy programming. Let's see. Go to practice. I don't know if go to practice is really being used. Are you ever being called? I guess it's not. Cowboy programming. Yeah, were you like... It's a thing where, like, as you're going through your project, if you see tiny little things, you can make a bunch of little fixes here and there. So, like, if I suddenly go into, like, some random file as I'm working on it and I notice something small, and I'm like, oh, I could just clean that up quickly. That's cowboy programming. It's like the leaving things cleaner than before you went there, something like that. Like, the idea is you go somewhere and you leave the space cleaner than when you first saw it. I don't like it because I think this project's messy, and if I did that, I would never actually get any work done. But also, I mean, there's the fact that, like, your git commit can get a bit polluted because you'll have your actual work and then a million file changes that are, like, irrelevant. They're like little tiny fixes. I think it's better to dedicate time, like, note them down, fine. Maybe even leave a comment so you can search for it later. But it's better to dedicate time to doing all the little cleanup than to do it as you go. But that's a personal preference thing. I don't think there's a right way to do it. You can decide to do as you like. I think Donut sounds like a cowboy. But I don't know if that's how he actually works, or if he gets everything perfectly fine the first time around. I think it's inevitable that you'll get little small mistakes everywhere. And it's good to choose to fix them. You prefer fixing things immediately, yeah. Which is fine. I have colleagues like that. It just makes their PR a pain in the ass to review. Especially if it's like formatting and stuff. Yeah. I think Donut hasn't learned context switching yet. No, I'm DMing. Nothing takes a few seconds. And if you're doing something that takes a few seconds without any thought, then yeah, maybe it's worth doing. If it's like a spelling error, fine. But I think you should at least think when you're doing something, and that's then context switching, which then wastes a lot more time than maybe you expect. Anyway, I think this go to practice thing isn't existing. Does this get used? It may have taken less time than noting it down. You'd be surprised. I think this go to practice function isn't used, so I'm going to cut it. It's just a little cowboy. Instead of maintaining this thing that I'm not using, I'm just going to gut it. You get better at it the more you do. It's a skill to practice. That's fine, Donut. I think you'll maybe learn more about the decisions that I make when you start working in like an office. Because it's also like when it was just me working by myself on various projects, I also didn't value some of these things or really understand the time impact of certain things. But like I genuinely think now that context switching is one of the most expensive things you can do without realizing it. If you think, oh, it's just a quick little side tangent, as context switching, you could be wasting like half an hour mentally because you're switching your brain from one track to another if it's big enough. Like my work for today was meant to be completely irrelevant to this. I was going to spend 5 minutes quickly fixing this up and then moving on to the real project. It's now been 35 minutes because I've thought, oh, I'll clean things up a little bit along the way. It's really hard to predict that sort of work because you have to think about it to predict it, and by thinking about it, you've now done the switch. So it's troublesome. Anyway, let me think. So I think storing character data within the registry is fine, and I think storing a copy of it for now is fine. Perfectly fine. When you start the game, I would ideally like to... Well, if you're doing game restart, you don't need to reassign character data, although ideally you'd get a new copy of it. So character index needs to be stored somewhere. I don't think there should be realistically a way that you do game restart before start happens, so it could also just be fine to store this locally in the systems manager. I think we were doing that very long time ago. We just had like previously selected character or something. So I think that's pretty valid. The character index, I'm just going to store in systems manager somewhere, hide it away. Size T, previously selected character. You can be 0, fine. Character index equals hello ethical. And we can just say, and it's a size T. Your game start with character 0. It's not going to be a big bug. It will just be like, you'll just be starting with character 0. That's fine. Not a big problem. Okay. Now let me think a bit more. In the game here, character data is now in the registry again, I believe. Let's just build. So this should all be the same. As should render HUD system. Character data is in the registry. So as long as I was setting it in systems manager, let me double check. Is it fucking TK sending me his cat again? Oh no, it's Christopher. I'm okay, thanks, Chris. How is your work day? She has to work today. Sucks. What's the keybind to search for files? Control-Shift-F. I am streaming. Programming. It's like working without getting paid. I don't really want to talk about it, Earthcore. You can do what you like. You have free will, but I'm not. As you may understand, if I've done quite a lot of programming streams, it's fucking exhausting to talk about every 5 minutes, so I just don't, if that makes sense. I think if you are your own human soul, you can choose to do as you like, as long as you're happy. That's the most important part. That makes sense. But I'm happy to answer questions about like game dev if you have any, or if you want to talk about your game. I just don't want to talk about ethics because it's a fucking pipeline. Okay, game start, character index, gets passed in, gets stored. Now, well, let's just see. I'm still not confident in the lifetime of I in this button lambda that we've got in character select, and indeed, I think it's immediately caused problems, so let's have a look. Oh, hang on. Characters, character index. So you're being passed in as some insanely big number. So I think the way that we're storing buttons is annoying. And obviously this code is quite old now, right? The character select screen. I don't know why this wasn't even causing problems before. Hello, Jason. This is a problem though. When we initialize the character select screen... how am I doing this now? We have a I. Oh, you can be const if you like. Hello, Toasty. Thank you. It's more of a try to not be distracted thing. I am very... Oh, I guess you can't make it const. I've been... I've definitely been distracted a lot. As I was saying earlier, I was able to do some great work yesterday on all this tile set stuff because I wasn't streaming. And I'd like to do that kind of work when I'm streaming, but it's also hard to just completely ignore people, so it's weird. But I'm trying. I have realized that I've gotten a bit gruff old man. Maybe it's fine. Okay, let's see. You have to be a bit curt, I guess, as a streamer. Otherwise, chat will walk over you somewhat. So let's see. I think what's happening in here is... Oh, I can even hit F5 and see what happens when the lambda gets created. I is somehow being turned into an impossibly large number. One, two, three. This is the character select screen. I kind of wanted it a bit further in if you will let me. So I in this case is actually already a huge number. I need to be able to store a copy of I in this std function. How does that work again? Because currently I'm passing in everything as a reference. Can I just pass in character index equals I? Or is that not allowed? I don't remember the exact syntax for this, but there was a way to copy stuff into a lambda and save it in some part of the heap somewhere, right? How does that work? Is it because the lambda currently doesn't... It's just a void, right? I think this menu button thing. Oh, you just pass in I by itself, I thought, right? Oh no, you need reference because you need to send console message via the registry. That makes sense. This thing here is just a function that calls a void. I guess this could pass in a I instead. Oh no, this is generic button. But why not? I could have a subclass of button in character select. Probably. You should take I by value at least. Yeah. What's the... I guess I'm just struggling with the syntax for that. You have to, because it's be otherwise. You have to, yeah. I'm sort of amazed why some of this stuff wasn't working before. Okay, hang on, I'm struggling a little bit here. Now, if it seems odd that I'm not so familiar with some of this lambda syntax, it's because at work we have a really, really restricted usage of them, so I mostly just use it on this project. Funnily enough. See you, Henry. Let me just Google this. C++ lambda pass by value. How do I capture a value? Capture by value. Captured by value. There's a Stack Overflow post on it. Using very old syntax. Good lord. Oh, I is correct. Yeah, because otherwise you have to do, what is it? Reference, it's like this, right? I think. Address all. I, and then... That's not allowed? Capture default must be first. Okay, that's fine. And then now he's angry about this I, which should be able to call send console message. That's what I typed earlier, isn't it? Or did I do I, comma this? This cannot be implicitly captured because no default capture mode has been specified. Requires an object. It's not a member of character select in the first place. No, it's a system thing, but it's because character select is a system. It's a menu system which is a system, so it has send console message. I could, of course, just have a local function in character select. But this just should work, right? Let me just build. Maybe it's... Yeah, it's just an artifact. This has all been written by hand, Jason. This project is a lot older than ChatGPT. Boilerplate absolutely exists in C++. It definitely exists. There's a lot of boilerplate. A lot of modern languages are basically just C++ wrappers, in a sense, that try to reduce the boilerplate. Alright, so this is working just fine, and it doesn't crash here anymore, because that eye is being sent in as a copy. The whole fucking language is boilerplate. It was one of the hardest things for me, as going from, like, Kotlin, which is, you know, quite a new, relatively new language, to C++ and having to learn all the new syntax. And how... It makes sense. Like, once you've started using it, it mostly makes sense. There's a few places that are a little... Why do they have that? The answer is always backwards compatibility, but newer languages without having to support C are able to cut out a lot of stuff. A lot of C++ is a little messy because they have limited space to work with in the language. They can't break a bunch of old projects, usually. But they also need to, for the most part, support backwards, if that makes sense. There's a good video somewhere about all the different ways that you can initialize variables. There's a lot. You know, I equals 0, I 0, whatever. And there's reasons to use all of them. It's good shorthand to usually default to brace initialization, but the reasons behind all that, it's like a multi-hour long video, which is, the language is full of that stuff. Yeah. Header files definitely feel like something that could be optimized away somehow. Isn't that what modules are meant to help us with? Anyway, I'm not really getting distracted. I guess I'm enjoying the conversation. I fixed the bug that I wanted to start on. So let me take you over the hard work I did yesterday. I hope you'll be proud of me and as excited as I am, because it's not fully working yet. But, well, you see this, right? You see we have a spawn room? And you see how there is 2 types of tiles on the screen? It might not look like much, but this was not... you couldn't do this before. This is new. There was 1 tile set before, and now you can have as many as you can fit in an image for now. I haven't not thought about the having to have like 1,000 tile sets. I probably won't do that. But, you know, realistically the endgame might have like 40 tile sets or something. I don't know. That'll happily fit in an image. Or I could split up the images or whatever. This is brand new stuff. And having the auto tiler, the thing that's deciding what shape to use, work interchangeably, regardless of what texture is being used, is basically the work I did yesterday. And it's not fully finished yet. And maybe you can see why. The auto tiler only takes into account the shape. So I'll show you the rework I did. Previously, tile type was a vec2 of a unsigned character. So it was an X and a Y coordinate, basically. If you look in the tile set, previously, tile type was which row and which column it is in this image. And previously, as I said at the start, we took up 2 rows. Hang on. This isn't a good example. Where is it? Alright, well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, tile sets used to take up multiple rows, and I decided to refactor it, as I said at the start of the stream, so that each column is the model. If it were a 3D model, it would be the shape, the model, and each row is the texture that you would apply to the model. That's the euphemism that I'm using. I don't know if euphemism is the right word there, but you know what I mean, right? So functionally, the model is just a 16 by 16 square. They're all the exact same, but you can use your brain a bit and imagine this is a top left corner of something. This is a shape. This is a little bottom left corner pipe. This is a horizontal pipe. So the model, the shape, is defined by its x coordinate in this place. And currently the auto tiler looks at that. So it's deciding which things to tile with based on pattern matching, which I had to write out. You remember this stream from a while ago. You have a bunch of patterns that I handwrote, basically. We sat down and just decided this pattern stuff. And that was fine until I needed multiple textures, and we just didn't support that. So when we tried making the spawn room, the other stream, this thing, where you spawn in somewhere and there's like a little platform that you live inside of, there was no code in place to support drawing a different tile set. So we tried having entities as the tiles, all this nonsense. Really, it made the most sense to make a new set of tiles. So in that stream, I made a handful of new tiles to represent the spawn room, which, if you remember, is like this donut shape. Kind of worked. It didn't have the auto tiling work though, so the moment you broke a wall, it looked shit, to be honest. So I was unhappy. So I literally like reverted almost all the work from that stream yesterday, and did this. So tiles now. If I can find the part of the commit, is it here or is it probably from the other day? Yeah. So tile type was previously a U8 Vec2. That's now been refactored into tile model, which is just a U8. And next to it is a tile texture, which is also a U8. So tiles are still made up of two U8s, and they could be in a U8 Vec2, and just set the X when we're setting tile model, but I like splitting it up for semantic reasons. And where it is in this, this is equal to 0, this is equal to 1, so on and so forth. That lines up with where it is in this grid. That makes sense. There's also an undefined row now, that's what this bottom is. So, a lot of refactoring going on with how that's all handled. Particularly in the auto tiler. And this is where I'm at today. So I was modifying my function that does pattern matching. Previously it only checked the category. That is to say if it's a wall, a floor, air. But now I need to make it also check what texture it is. The end goal is so that... maybe I can show you in-game. I don't want these things to tile together. I would like it so that this central area is... everything's connected in a lovely ring. And for these things to end here, giving you a border. I think that would be pretty. And I think the easiest way to do that is to mentally change floor to mean like inner, traversable, something like that, and have it so that the auto tiler treats its neighbor, if it has a different texture but is a wall, it should treat that as a floor. That way, this thing would provide its sprite like so, as if this were a section of floor. Specifically floor and not wall, or air, because this doesn't work. Hopefully that makes sense to you. This is like a black void, so all the textures going in here, assuming it's going into a black void. I want this to sort of be like two ground textures. Lovely cornering like that. I mean, I could show that in Aspirate as well. You see here, this is how they should tile. I hope that makes sense. It makes sense to me, at least. If there was somehow like a strip of log in this section here. I see Ace Sprite's taking up too much of the screen. It would tile like this. Ace Sprite. Does that make sense? This is the goal, but currently, obviously, it doesn't tile like that. It tiles everything as if it's one texture, which gives you this sort of strange... Well, it's not that strange, but I think this looks a little weird. See how, like, the wall is, like, sucking on this. Yeah, the H and HPPP is just convention. You could call it dot a woolen sleevelet, and the file would be fine. There's nothing that says you have to call a header H or HPP. And yeah, a lot of people use HPP, so it's C++ instead of C. You wish you understood something. Well, I hoped my explanation made sense. I'm making the tiles work like this. They don't currently do this. They stick together. I don't want that. I'm very quickly going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Someone asked earlier how long I've been using C++. It's been like 10 years or something? I don't know. I'll be right back. I just need a wee. Hello. Okay. Let's start then. Let's also just commit all the stuff I've got here so it doesn't really stuff too much. Fix char, select, and some map stuff, whatever. This was some work yesterday, I forgot to commit. Oh. Need to get a haircut as well. Alright. Let's clean up my screen a little bit. I know you can just right-click delete all, but that's more fun, right? So we've got our match pattern function here, and I've already modified it to pass in textures. I just haven't done the logic yet. That was it, yeah. So certain things I'm not terribly happy with. The way that this pattern list is laid out, this is how you decide what shape to use when you're doing the auto tiling. So for example, the quad 0, you use this shape if surrounding you in the top left is a wall, and the top right, and the left, and the right, and the bottom left, bottom right. Basically, if everything around you is a wall. That's how this pattern works. Fine. It's a pattern. None of this takes into account what texture is there. What you might see is that I've actually changed what type is in here. So previously, these patterns were just a tile type, but now it takes into account model, and within the list of neighbors, we also have access to the texture. So you have the category and the texture. So the category is, for example, wall or floor, not the shape, just the raw category. There's only a few. Wall, floor, air, that sort of thing. And the texture could be, well, anything. But this is the important bit. So I've defined all my patterns as having an undefined texture, because this is just a template, if that makes sense. This is the hard part I need to now think about. When I'm doing my pattern matching for any particular tile, I can there will be a way to know what my own texture is. So if I'm this block here, but I'm not. Well, actually, I am now checking what texture my neighbors are, because I wrote that as well. Actually, hang on. So you see here now we pass in the model and texture. This was right at the end of my day, by the way. Immediately after writing this, I went and built IKEA furniture for about 5 hours. If it sounds like I left it halfway finished, it's because I did. So I do have access to the model and texture of all my neighbors, I believe. No, I don't. Yes, I do. But not for the pattern. But here we go. The function currently doesn't... The match pattern function doesn't take your own texture into account. Which is important. Now, if I remember correctly, the way that my auto-tiler works is it just iterates one by one through every single tile and updates just itself. It doesn't touch the neighbors, I think. That's important, though, if it does. Let me double check. I think it's apply pattern. And somewhere in here is, I thought I had if there's a function which is called auto tile. What did I call it? Replace surrounding air with walls. No. Apply pattern. Because it really does matter if the neighbor... Well, One step at a time. Let's focus on this as just updating the current tile. Let's not concern ourselves with anything else. If we're updating ourselves, then we're already in here. I think match pattern just needs to take in... Because currently it's only looking at the neighbors, right? It also needs to take in my own texture. So that'll also be this. And you know what? Yeah, easy game. Okay, so match pattern takes in pattern to check my cats and textures. It's also going to take in a tile cat and tile texture of myself, my tile cat and texture. I'm so happy that I shorthanded tile category to tile cat, because it's very fun. Why are you sad at me? You want to be built? Hello, Wesley. I'll be honest, it's quite a rude comment. I don't know if you realise that. It's quite a rude thing to say. Why did I use a factory design pattern? Read a book. What do you want from me? Why did I use a design pattern? Because it matched what I needed. I don't know necessarily if the entity factory is really matching the gang of four. What was it? The gang of four factory pattern for Java. It's just called entity factory because it's a class that you provide it some data and it uses it and it spits out an entity for you. I don't think that's really what the factory pattern was it? Factory pattern. It's not really the traditional factory pattern, it's more of a name thing. Yeah, this isn't... Well... No, not really. A factory pattern would be more if... Well... It's been a while since I've looked at this stuff. It kind of is, but not really. It's not as split apart as... The traditional factory pattern is a lot more, I think, abstract than what I've got here. The entity factory is literally just a function that says spawn character. It doesn't have, like, an interface that spawns a generic... that has a lot of builders to build some sort of character, and then fancy subclasses that extend that interface or whatever, that have their own implementation. There's none of that. Saying my game looks janky and asking why I used a particular pattern is not constructive criticism. It's just a little rude. But that's fine. It's not meant to be janky. I mean, some parts are janky on purpose, like the low resolution, but that's not really janky. I should hope the game's not janky. Anyway, sorry. If you're angry because you're a const auto something, so you'll be okay. Oh, do you need to be const qualified? Yeah, you're not a ref, are you? You can be a copy. You can make you a ref. It was originally about constructing, allocating concrete instances of an abstract class without exposing the concrete types to the user. Oh. It's been a while. No, I mean, this is the polite use of the word, very simple. This is not using an inheritance hierarchy, but I stutter a bit on it because it, in the same sense that the factory pattern in Java doesn't sort of tell you how the car is being built, this entity factory doesn't tell you what components are being attached to a particular entity you want. So if you're saying create weapon and you pass in weapon type, the entity factory hides away from you the fact that it's doing all this work under the hood. Spawn particle emitter, you pass in some instructions and it's doing a shit ton of work, which are hidden from the user. Like, spawn ground weapon, you give it a position and what weapon to do, and it does all this other work under the hood and doesn't provide that to you. That kind of matches the factory pattern's abstraction stuff, but... Oh,
again,
thanks,
I am so
dude.
sorry, I was
no,
not trying to be rude. Smile.
It's okay. I'm cranky. You don't need to donate for that either, but thank you. That's very kind. I wasn't trying to guilt you into donating, if that's what I did. But thank you, Wesley. Well, let's move on. I think it's perfectly fine to give criticism. Sorry if I sounded cranky. Anyway, moving on. Thank you. I'm passing in my own texture. As we are checking our patterns, going through each individual pattern here, like so, we... my brain's gone out, but sorry. Oh, this is how this works. So we say look through every diagonal pattern, okay? Or let's say auth, for example, because it's smaller. We look through every auth pattern to see where a potential match could happen. Which might sound a little overkill, but this stuff runs in like a few milliseconds for the entire map, so it's actually quite efficient, surprisingly. So just a lot of array iterations, which is very cheap. It might look messy, but I promise you it's about as good as I can make it. We iterate through every pattern one by one. So let's say we're looking at the outer northwest pattern here. That's where we are inside this for loop. The model is what we could potentially return if it matches. That's this left part. And the cats and textures are these right parts. I know that this looks like it's just a tile cat air, but this type that's being constructed in here is actually a category and texture, with texture being defaulted as what did I call it? Undefined. So this is an air with an undefined texture in the pattern, because the pattern doesn't care. What I need to do is restructure my brain a bit. My cats and textures is actually my neighbor's cats and textures, so... Or even adjacent, because that's shorter, right? That helps a little bit. So for every... Let's even reword this in here. Well, let's call it neighbor. Make them very separate. So, we also need to check my cat and texture. That will be passed in through this lambda, through this capture here, as a reference. And it's okay to have a copy of that in here. It's a couple of U8s. It's fine. For this function, at least. That's chill. I mean, is it? Whatever. Life moves on. Is it as simple as saying, if let me just work this out for a moment. If the neighbor cat and texture is not the same as my cat and texture, then we now have a discrepancy. Otherwise, do what you were doing before. Sort of what we were doing in here, but it's a little different. Check cat and texture, blah, 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 is always undefined. So who gives a hoot, right? Cut that out. If we are the same textures, that is to say, the current tile and the neighbor, then that's how the old system worked. If they have different textures, you know what, I'm going to code duplicate now, because it will make this a little bit easier for me to think about, and then we can refine it later. If you have different textures, then it'll function the exact same way. I simply want it to say, if you are a wall, then I treat you as a floor. So if this is meant to be looking for a floor, or I guess not wall, and you are a wall, then I want you to invert. Otherwise, you can behave the exact same way as before. So there's definitely a way to split this down. Tile cat, well, this is always going to be undefined. Or if the categories are the same, return true. What am I trying to do? I've got my... oh, I need to update my match pattern, of course. I'm trying to update my auto-tiling function so that what you see in Aspirate here is how the game works. Currently, it tiles everything as if they're the same texture. So it leads to, like, this. Looks a little weird. Well, I guess it's more like... You know, whatever. It looks weird. I want them to differentiate between textures. But it just takes a little extra thinking. I called you adjacent, didn't I? But I didn't have to. Oh, I didn't update the header. Okay. So where I'm calling this, I need to get this. So all cat and texture. Const auto my cat and texture equals, and then we simply call this same function we do for all the neighbors, but we call it at 0, 0. There's definitely a way to like combine some of this work, I understand. But get it working, then get it pretty, yeah? The engine treats every texture as the same thing. Essentially, yeah. So the auto tiler only cared about shape, not texture. If it was an L block, then the neighboring part will attach to it as if that L block was the same texture. What I'd like it to do is to see a little stubby bit that's a forest and a little stubby bit that's a wood, and they should look like this rather than stuck together. That's the idea. They should treat each other as grass, so they should border. Obviously it's doing something now, it's not quite right. Interesting. Alright, I've broken something there. And I think that's possible because it's updating all the neighbors as well. That's possible. I need to remember, see how that's working. Yeah, I mean, you can see it's these points where it's having trouble are where I should expect it to work. This is where things should be different to before. So this piece here should be like a rounded sausage, and this should be a perfectly straight sausage. This has actually broken quite a bit, the auto tiler, so let me have a look. We should at least have it working the way that it was working before. Match pattern, here we go. So if my texture is the same as your texture, well, I mean, I can just do this. This should work the way it was before, the wall thing. No, it doesn't. Okay, that's concerning. Okay, let me undo this. This ought to... We need a baseline first, basically. That's weird. That should be okay. It's just not getting used. Okay. Let's try and get to a working baseline, and then move back. I think we're onto it. I hope. It's not quite a working baseline. What's wrong? Well, let's look at Git. What did I removed something? What was it? Oh, my bad. This was actually important. Tile cat undefined does matter. Sorry, I confused that with tile texture undefined. This does matter. This is a huge part of the. A lot of things check for undefined. Does the game have any of different characters? It's also got Dither, but she's not been updated. What's this character? A cute cat. She's a little older. And there's older characters still that I've just cut for now, because whenever I show someone my game, they spend so long on the character select screen trying to work out which one to use, and in reality they should just pick the character that's implemented. Anyway, this is the baseline that should work. Perfecto, right? Let me bring back my if. The reality should be that undefined is always true. Is that true? Yes. This will take a little thought. Right, we're getting somewhere. This is tiling in here nicely. You, for example, I can mouse over it and see, by the way, what type it is. In this case, we have these models are surprisingly close, 52 and 53. Really? Surprising. Let's have a think. Let's hide this stuff underneath the if statements, because it has implications. No, I have a job bed. How do you think I afforded all these anime figurines? What about you? How did you buy your anime figurines? Let's see. Oh, I mean, let's iterate, right? It works now, but it's not a rounded sausage. Yeah, I mean, this is functionally... This is what I'm trying to fix, right? I want them to be split, but that's clearly not quite working. Wish I had my job, do you? Maybe. Let me think. I think I need to invert things, so if I'm checking for something that's not a wall, and you're not a wall, then true. That's not what I want. I want to say, if you are expecting a wall, and the cat is a wall, then true. Because this is the case that you are bordering something which is a different texture. If you're a different texture, I'm expecting a wall, and you are a wall. No. Hang on a moment. How do I want this to work? If you're expecting not wall, so that is to say you're expecting grass. No, hang on. I need to think for a moment. Let me put these around the other way, just for my brain. If you are a wall, and I'm expecting a floor, then true. Yeah. Otherwise, don't auto tile. Have a look in the description, Bert. And Eddie. I've been working on this since 2020-ish. Alright, we're making some progress. You can see that it's now affecting the tiles next to it, which is basically what I want, right? This is perfect. So we can see where's being affected right now. What I need to say is... Oh, this is confusing. If it's a floor, then treat it as a floor. If it's a wall, then treat it as a floor. I guess. If you're a wall, or, and it wants not a wall. What do you mean no libraries? I'm using loads of libraries. I'm using LibDonut and Entity and all sorts. Plenty of libraries. I'm just not using an engine. Like this, I'm not using like Unity or Unreal or Godot or GameMaker or Heavy. So all this auto-tiling stuff I have to do myself, for example. I'm fairly certain Unity would have something for you for this. It's not quite yet. So in the case that our textures are different, well, let's have a look in here. I am this. I'm looking up. I think I just returned true if it's expecting not wall. Is that right? What made me choose those libraries specifically? I chose to use LibDonut because when I started on this project, originally I wasn't that confident in programming in C++ for games. So I didn't want to spend a year in COVID streaming the OpenGL documentation because it was meant to be my job for a bit. In COVID at least, I was streaming full time. And I thought that would be fucking horrible to watch. So I was like, alright, I'll use Donut's library to do drawing, and I'll do the rest myself. And then the others, I think, were even his suggestion, like Entity. I don't remember if Entity... I feel like Entity was his suggestion, was it? I don't remember. I think I'd heard about ECS and wanted to use it, but I don't remember the details. Maybe he remembers. It's a very common pattern in game development, regardless. I don't know. Libraries matter, but they don't matter quite as much as you might think, I guess. It's important to pick something that works for you, but don't kill yourself over it. This is still not working. Why is that? Because you are a different texture to the things surrounding you, of course. But the floor, you should be reading that just okay. So I need to think about this. If check cat. Oh, I guess. Well, actually, this is what I wrote earlier, isn't it? So if you're a wall or a floor, and I'm expecting not a wall, then that's fine. If check texture is expecting an undefined, then that's fine as well. Let's see how that looks. Oh, sorry, hello, Zero. It's not quite working yet. Let's think. In this sense, we're on the brink of it, I think. Let's think about this tree. This thing that spawned here should be a tree. Your neighbors are... There's a tree to your top left. And top right. Your bottom three are walls. But they are walls from a different texture. So you should be treating those as floor. Right? Walls should be treated as floor. You're expecting a not wall. Where's my thing for that? What did I call the single again? I guess this. You just want floors on all sides. This is being used for tree for this, right? Your pattern texture is the pattern texture for the thing at your position. We're passing in auth patterns, so it's all of these. We're passing in the pattern texture for the thing above us to the left, sorry, above us to the right, below and to the left. So let's pretend we're that tree when we're reading this tree wall single thing. In this sense, let's say our textures match. This stuff is working, right? It's only looking for flaws. So the tile cat not wall thing is irrelevant. The cat matters. Well. Okay. It's undefined, but it matches. Let's say that we have a different texture below us, so for the south. The other three have matched. The south, we're expecting a flaw. In this sense, we're actually looking for a flaw, not for a not wall. We're looking specifically for flaw. So that is important. I didn't realize I was explicitly checking for flaw there. Let's see if that works. I don't know. Oh, I think I might have gotten it. Almost. You see here it's working? This is exactly the behavior I want. It looks nice, right? I hope you liked it. I think this is exactly the behavior I was looking for. It's failing here because it's not treating the undefined space next to it properly. So this block here is a forest wall. It has probably matched every part of the pattern except for these two. In this sense, below and to the right, you are expecting 1 and 1. Hang on, let me think. You... Hello, Ned. Are you also a wall? No, you're not. So I think maybe I was designing this as well with the impression that these inner walls would never be touching the void. You're not a wall, no, you're not. Damn. Let me get some new music. The black tile is air. It's the void. It's nothing. But that does matter. You'll see that the wall we use here is different if there's a void to the left versus floor. I need to puzzle it. It works for all inner areas, right? It's just when it touches the void. So let me just verify that before I spend too long on this. We're gonna make small space and we're just gonna generate a few levels and have a look. It looks like it's exclusively where it's touching the void, right? So one thing we could do is, as I'm generating the level, this wouldn't solve the auto-tiling problem, but as we're generating the level, if I see that a wall with the wood texture is touching the void, then I should draw a wall on that void. Hello. Rajavadan? Maybe? Rajavadan? How are you? Thanks, bud. I've been enjoying C. It's very clean. Yeah, I mean, there is very limited. I'd like to poke around with it, but part of me does believe that you can do everything in C++, but also I do like the idea of the limitation of just not having to worry about. You don't think, oh, is there a thing for this? You know you have to write it yourself, so that's nice as well. And not being bogged down with language features, indeed, because there's no language features. Sometimes you do just have to write all the boilerplate, but then that's also a little freeing. Is knowing you just got to stick to it. See, so because all looks the same. I think that's fair. I think it's perfectly fair. Let me see. If I were to update my level thing, normally when I construct walls, I only do it if it's a floor. Right? What I can also do is just to be cheeky. So I could say, let's say const auto tile, well, tile data is this. Let's say if it's not floor, or well, and well, hang on. It's not floor. It's not floor. I also okay, so it isn't floor. It's a well, I can be specific. Let's be very specific, because I'm going to delete this in a second. So, or it's a wall, but the texture is a oh, not that tile texture. Just because I'm curious. Acorn, or but it's a tree. This should. Wait, hang on. I want it to be the opposite of this. You're going to say you can use the De Morgan's algorithm, yeah. Temporary. This is temporary. This is temporary. But I just... hey, Cell. Yeah, I'm fixing the auto-tiling. I want it to work like this. And I've nearly got it. This is not it. De Morgan's algorithm, you failed me. Or I failed myself. Construct a wall around it. You know what might be easier is if I just stop using inversions and I just say, if it's floor, or it's a wall and it's a tree. Fine. No, the indentation! Ah! I'm doing alright, Puff. How are you? Alright. So, let's see if I've actually done this correctly. Because I might not have. We should always have walls surrounding it. So this fixes the problem. And I do actually prefer how this looks. So I may indeed actually leave this in. But let's fix it, because the tree should be able to touch the void, right? The idea here is as the level generates, it always generates a forest wall to surround the tree. So the tree doesn't get confused. And you know what the problem is? The void is a forest. Maybe. Yes. The void is a forest, chat. That's why. And the reason that the tiling wasn't working is because it saw the void, but it thinks it's a different texture. It should just be treating the void as the void. So I think that's the fix. It's supposed to touch the void. I would like it to work if you touch the void. So I just wanted to see how that looked, because I might leave that in. I kind of like that the spawn room is safe and nestled. So this should break again. This should look shit again. The void is a forest. You were doing pure C99 for your compiler for a bit, and you thought it was going great, but then you tried C++ and felt the productivity boost. I mean, it's a lot of programming is like vibes and enjoyment, right? I think if you vibes and enjoy the C, then that's poggers and sick. I've been listening to so much fucking foreground eclipse lately, chat. I know we're listening to Iosis right now, but God, I love Foreground Eclipse. I wish they had more albums. I know, like, Marami Pop has been in, like, a million other circles and stuff, but... 3 hours is not enough for Foreground Eclipse. Maybe there's more than 3 hours, I don't know. There's only, like, 6 albums, I think. Alright, yeah. So, let's fucking fix this stuff. You've got a Godot script that's driving you crazy. You're trying to set up a third-person into first-person camera, like it goes into the back of your head and then you're in first person. But because of the unorthodox method, you're using the Z-axis flipped when looking up and down. Every negative you add is just inverting the other camera. Oh. Undivided equals volume equals ipsum. Oh, the solution is if let me think. It's not so easy. How dangerous is this? Sorry if I haven't explained it well enough, but every tile has a texture and a model. Technically, the void exists on every texture. When I construct the game, it defaults the void to being a forest void. So when the tree tries to tile against it, it's tiling against it for the wrong way. Let's just see what I broke. Yeah, okay, it's just matching when it shouldn't. So I need to think. We beam. C17 is probably a bit more forgiving. Yeah, there's a slightly newer one, right? You guys have booleans now, right? That's a new one. Hash tables and stuff. I feel like I might be a better programmer if I touched C more. Anyway, let me try something very destructive. I think this is not right, but I'm curious to see how it looks. Actually, it's slightly closer to the truth. That's funny. This is correct, but now this isn't. The games will have bosses, yeah. The end of every level will be a boss fight of some kind, probably. Or a mini-boss. TBD. I like this. Yeah, it's actually, this is a little closer to the thought. It shrinks the neck bone to 1 so the head is on the body. Ah. Okay, I'm gonna re-invert this so it matches everything else. So if I'm checking for something that's not a wall, or I'm checking for something that's a floor, and next to me is a wall or a floor, then I want it to match. It could also be the case that it is undefined, then it's true. Why would the void not be matching? The textures are different, but the void should be undefined or... Oh, well... I guess it could also be the case that the neighborhood texture... Well, actually, I need something slightly different then. That projects, hell yeah. I'm going to split this up. I'm going to have a section that says, if I'm expecting a floor, and next to me is a neighbor floor or wall. And then I can have a section that checks for not wall. If I'm expecting not wall, so that could involve the void, and it's a wall, a floor, or air. I don't think no draw is used. I mean, I use it when I don't want to draw it, yeah. Am I listening to Guilty Gear? No, I'm listening to Satori Eyes Satori Maiden or by Iosis. Well, published by Iosis, but by Minami. So it's a Toho Circle. But I wouldn't be surprised if they worked on Guilty Gear. Let me have a look. A lot of musicians were Toho Dojin artists. Minami musician. Let's find out. Why is everything cat? Is that going to be a problem, Sid? Let's see. Minami is a highly acclaimed Japanese singer-songwriter from Saitama, best known for powerful vocals. Wow, is this the same Minami? Is this the same Minami? Because this person's done like a shit ton of music. Minami Toho. No, I don't think this is the same. This is the Toho Music Database, Minami. This is a different Minami. Yeah, they've been under Iosis. I don't know if they've worked on Guilty Gear. I'm pretty sure the Guilty Gear musician is a Toho Dojin artist, though. Minami is Yu Nanma. Oh, they have a Discogs, though. Let's see. No, they've only ever done music under Iosis. But they've been credited loads. Oh, it's not allowed to load. I'm trying to find out now. Hang on. Maybe they have worked on Guilty Gear. No. They've worked on a trillion things, though. It's this artist, I think. The blood type is A. If you wanted to know. Because, of course, the Japanese artist has their blood type listed. Hi. Tile Dog. Actually, yeah. You guys are discussing Rust. Very nice. Chosen what kind of music will be in your game? Nope. I have thoughts, but head empty. I would like to commission like a Dojin artist, but I don't know how much that costs. I have cash, but I don't know if I want to spend all of it on like getting a musician to make music for my game. It's probably better if I like save it in case the world ends, or to buy like a car or something. I'd also like to try making the music myself, but I played the drums. I'm not very... I love the idea of like writing all the music as well, but I'd have to learn the piano first, I think. Which I might do. Was it Ace Roller? Ace Roller started doing piano lessons, and within like a year, he was making some lovely music. But no. Like I really like music. I think I'd like to write it, but one thing at a time, right? 8-bit retro music. Yeah, I don't know if I want to go for like chiptune or just fucking metal or something. It'd be sick if I could commission like a circle I really like, but I think they cost way too much money. Or at least I wouldn't feel comfortable paying not much for an album. How's the main menu shader stuff work? What did I call it? Menu track, I guess, yeah. There you go. It's, how should I say, been fucked around with. Scientifically, of course. It's trial and error until it looked nice. By just randomly doing stuff. Really randomly doing stuff. We spent more than we probably should have, more time on stream fucking around with it. It was so much fun. I have to tear myself away from shaders. I love shaders. Ambient classical music with a live orchestra. Yeah. This isn't working. It should work bordering the void. It's really just the case that the void is a forest. Why is the void a forest? Why not? Well, actually, I mean, you're bordering you, and you're getting confused by it. But let's focus on this. Why is this not flipping working? If it's expecting not a wall, and there's a floor or air, that's correct. And then the wall thing is like an extra little fun bonus. If it's expecting floor, and it's a wall or floor, if the category is undefined, that just means it doesn't care. I kind of think this should work. I'm a little annoyed that it doesn't. I'm not a manager, but I'm a senior dev. You can argue if I deserve the title or not. Anyway, the fact that the void's the forest is why the forest tiles with it perfectly fine. Yeah, I mean, if it's undefined, then it really shouldn't care even if the texture's different, right? I should think. This will be a roguelike, yeah. I mean, there's a roguelike already, I guess. It generates every time I run it. And you can get upgrades and stuff. Like ammo or kill, and... I deserve to be a manager or not a senior dev. I don't want to be a manager. I want to be a senior dev. Programming's fun. You can set stuff on fire. If I was Spanish, I'd be a senor dev. Yeah. How am I doing the level generation? With my level generator. Also, I'm not as senior as you think. I've only been professionally working since like 2020? 2018? When did I graduate, chat? When was COVID? I had my first job just before COVID, which was 2018, so 8 years? Okay, you know, people at my job have been there for 100 times longer than me. You might maybe think I'm old. I'm not very old. What was my first job? My first job ever, I worked in a uniform shop when I was like 14 or 15. That's where I got my coffee addiction from. I got really good at folding school uniform. I learned that technique. You know when you go to a clothes shop and like the pattern is on the front of the t-shirt? I learned how to do that fold. If you need me to fold t-shirts, I'm pretty good at it. Dude, imagine if I started going to the gym when I was a teenager. Hello, Phoenix. I'd be fucking ripped. The reason I construct code is why you think I could be a manager, but I don't manage people. Manager has nothing to do with how you construct code. Being a manager IMO is not aspirational. I know it's higher up the pecking order, but I would much rather program than deal with people. I'm a software engineer after all. We're all a little antisocial to some extent, maybe. All. Oh, Sid, hahaha. The level generator is very simple. I have a little Roomba, and the Roomba goes around. Please let me... Oh, it's not using transparent, is it? Why did they fuck up the paint? How did they do this? You used to be able to pick something and then hold down shift and it would duplicate it a million times. There we go. The Roomba goes around and like places floors and occasionally places rooms and you get some shape. And then I make some things like the spawn room within that Roomba space. And then I go over everything and I add walls around everything. And the way that Roomba works around is configurable. You can decide all sorts of ways that he moves. It's very nice. Anyway, this. So if your textures aren't matching, if you are... Let's look as an example. The engine is technically 3D. Technically 3D. Technically. There is a Z-axis. Everything's drawn on a single plane. So it's technically 3D, but it's... You can treat it in 2D, if you like. In your case... Oh, this is such a fucking headache. I think... You... are matching somewhere you shouldn't be. You're expecting not a wall. You're expecting a floor. If you're expecting undefined, undefined should always match. Now I'm confused why this is annoying. This will be on Steam at some point, and it will be 4,000 euros. I only need to sell a few copies and it'll have paid for itself. It's a genius plan. You guys will buy it, right? I'll give you a special discount. 3,000 euros. 1,000 off. It's a crazy deal. Guessing by single minus. Oh, your script thing. Yeah, probably. You just watch all my streams and copy my code. I think you'd rather spend 4,000 euros than do that. 4,000 what? You know what? Now you're question marking it, it's going to be 5,000 euros. Nah, fuck it. Let's round it up. 10k. 10,000 euros for a copy. And you know, because there's going to be so few copies, they'll actually be worth more than that because of the resale market. Alright, let me think. Make it 1,500 and we have a deal. Now for that, I'm going to drop it down to 15 euros. I don't know. I don't know what the price will be. By the time this comes out, the common indie game will probably be 2 grand anyway. One, two, get that. Dun, 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 Limited edition physical copy. Just for you, but yeah, I'll send you a copy. And on Christmas. Yeah, release it on Christmas. And then take it off Steam for every other day of the year. Alright. Now I can see the texture pattern nearby. You see in this space, everything's just woodland. I don't know if you can really read that text. See, all these ones means everything's just woodland. As we move closer towards this, everything's forest. And then the confusion comes when things are different. You want to be a software tester? Do you want a free copy to test my game out? You think software testers get the software for free? Yeah, they do. Why are you angry, little guy? You have a handful of neighbors, which are not your friend. But you are not friends, why? Why do you not want to be friends, little guy? You should be a bottom right piece of a woodland thing. And because that's what I want, you should be treating the void as... Oh, I see. You should be latching onto the void. Of course. Ah. Yeah, maybe I see it. Maybe. Oh. Get rid of this. How do you look now, little guy? Physical version wants to come with a figurine, like a Miku. If we extrapolate up to GTA 6, it will be a mil, 1.2 mil for the premium edition. Oh yeah. Alright, I mean... You should be treating the lad to your left. Specifically, the category 0. Air. That bastard is back again. He's always being breathed. How about this? If the lad is expected to be, sorry, if neighbor is air and texture is not wall. Dot cat. God talking to its little creation before adding the worst calamities to make it suffer. Suffer as I have. Almost. Almost. Now he cares for air. When other times do air matter? Air is something I simply forgot about. Wall, 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 floor, wall, 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 floor, no draw. Undefined stuff is automatically checked. Do you ever check specifically for air? I don't think so, right? No. You check for not wall. Wall and floor. That's all I need to care about. Not wall, wall, and floor. If they don't match, you're still need to handle not wall in this case. But how? Maybe it's that. You are now breathing manually. I have plans of opening an indie studio. I might need to make a limited company just to sell the game and like tax it, but that's not really the same. I don't really want to be anyone's boss, as we discussed. Yeah, getting rid of the void really solves a lot of problems. Crazy. Why is this still not fucking working? You know, like when this gets fixed, it's gonna look beautiful, and I'm gonna be so happy. But this is the struggle with doing things. You have to do them. In this case, your neighboring blocks... You should be matching a top left corner piece. And I think you're expecting air. Oh, I'm dumb. Oh, I am dumb. Chat, I'm stupid, stupid, stupid. I think this fixes it. We'll see. Watching this while working on your own engine, which also uses STL2 and Dear Imgui. I love Dear Imgui, my beloved. Did this fix it? No! No! Nearly, actually. It's more fixed than it was. I think. Is it? I can't tell. It should be more correct. Isn't it fun making your own game engine, chat? Yeah, look, where this borders the void, he has never been happier. You're expecting air, and he is air. Great. Lovely. Really happy for you. Really happy for you in this case. I need to sit on with my legs on the table to think about this. I think the floor thing's pretty universal. So, yeah, we can put the floor thing up there. I completely agree. Ibulai. Completely fucking agree. It's more like 99 and 1%, but yeah. If you're expecting... If the neighbor is a flaw, and we're checking for a flaw, let's flip these around. So, if you're air, and we're expecting something that's not a wall, or... Oh, I just fucked something up, didn't I? Okay. If you're expecting floor and there's a floor, then great. Don't care about the texture. If you're expecting air, and... Sorry, if there is air, and we're expecting not wall or air. Air is air. Air is also not wall. Air is also undefined. So this is fine. The only time we care about texture is with walls, or the categories matching. I think this is so fucking annoying. If the textures match, then I think everything's working fine. Or is it? At this point, I might as well just spell it out. Expecting not wall. No, it's not wall. Love having the control, understanding how everything works behind the scenes. Oh yeah. I wonder how many people have written their own auto-tiler. Probably enough. I wonder how many people still write them. I hope no one has to go through this pain. Just use a script someone else wrote. But it's also fun, I guess, because I can point at... No one looking at footage of this game is going to think, wow, the tiles are tiling so well. They're going to think, wow, this pixel art looks like they were made by an idiot. But I know that the mechanics behind the auto-tiling has taken me like fucking 30 hours. I know. Oh, hobbies. I used to paint Warhammer. I haven't done it in fucking months. I've been doing this shit. Oh. Alright, the textures. If they don't match. If your textures don't match, if you're expecting not a wall, and it's not a wall, return true. I don't know about that. This I can cut. This floor is already being handled. It's really just the rest. So in the case that a texture does not match, when do I want it to match? When it's not floor, air, I think this might be one of those things that drawing like a matrix might have made sense, you know? Instead I'm thinking I'm having to rebuild an image in my head every time. That looks extra fucked. So for this block here, texture match, texture match, texture match, texture match, texture match, texture match. What are you? Are you a wall or a floor? This is a wall. Texture doesn't match. So you need to treat that wall as a floor. So in my check cat, so I do still need to do that floor check. So in my check cat, I'm expecting a floor. If my neighbor is a wall, and you are wanting a floor, then I need to treat the wall as a floor. Hello, Rohit. We're so close. You see how it's like usually okay? It's just a handful of cases that I've not handled yet. And it's really fun doing all this, knowing that I'm about to edit the level generator to not really let this happen, but like, you can't. I'm not a genius. I've just spent a very long time hitting my head against a wall. Wait, what are you? Given enough time, you could easily do what I'm doing here. In this case... Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a tile for that. What tile would that be? Hmm. Yeah, I think I just don't have a tile that matches that pattern. Because in this case, he should end here. But I don't really have a pattern to describe what happens when there's a void next to the wall like that. So this actually makes complete sense. Of course it makes sense when you do that. Double bullet bug. But you do have a tile. You are simply a triple. So in your case, you are not matching. You're expecting a floor, but there's a wall. I think. Or you're expecting not wall, and there's a wall. Those other pieces do make sense though. Those patterns just aren't. They don't exist. You should exist. Hello, Bread Santa. Because I think in this case... No, it's just the pattern system was missing a few patterns for certain void configurations. I really don't want to have to build those. I think the bottom left corner piece that would go here. The elbow piece. I think you're expecting not wall underneath. But there is a wall. It's pretty warm in the Netherlands, yeah. I was also thinking, like, I could also make the pattern matcher just match the most likely pattern. It would at least prevent, or at least help with this. You know? I guess I could see how that looks. I don't know how I'd do that. I mean, I could say, like, you know, if most of it matches, then just use that, just so there is a tile there. It just leaves a lot up to chance. Might look a little weird. I can experiment, it wouldn't take too long to write. So pattern to check will have a size. Size T, well, how do I want to do this? This is for all patterns. So I'd need to have a best matched pattern. And what type are you? I'm guessing you're an array list of this of some kind. I'll need to think about that. This means they match perfectly. I guess STD ranges equal only currently works if every element is true. It's a little janky, but you could say... I don't like this. Number matches. Like, this is horrid. You know, you could add that up and then check it at the end, but I hate that. It'd be better to use something instead of STD ranges equal. It does make sense for it to just use the next best matching pattern. Except for the fact that I rely on this failing to match against orthogonal patterns. Members only coding tutorials. I don't want to do that. I mean, this is sort of like a free coding tutorial. Maybe, not really. Maybe not. I talk about things. What do I want to do? I'm trying to think if there's a valid reason for me to have... No, well... If I wanted certain parts of the level to have different palettes. Have I considered turning my hobby profitable? Don't you want to consume more? I guess I could afford more Miku figurines if I just spent the rest of my free time doing more work. I'll be real with you, if I wanted more money, I would just get more hours at work. YouTube tutorials would not make as much money as working another day, probably. Or get a second job or something. I know /s, but like... I need to de-stress. I don't need to make 20 euros. Oh, 20 euros. Think of all the Mikus I could buy. How should this work? How should this work? You, in this case, usually you would have been a wall and you would have been just fine and happy. I should kind of expect you to just, Oh, maybe the level generator should just account for this. No, this should. Because like there's workarounds. I could just make it so this spawn room always has walls or floor around it. That much I know. Which would solve the problem. If you want to call it that. But that doesn't help if I wanted to have this part of the level have like a different tile set for some reason. But is that really behavior I worry about for now? Because I'm thinking about like, oh, if there's a boss arena. But again, like if I spawn a boss arena, I could just surround it with wall as well. 20 euros is 20 euros, that's true. Like this is working except for the void stuff. And what pattern should this match with, right? What I could do is say if it fails all those other matches, go through them again, but ignore texture and just try and connect. Let's do that. Let's see how that looks. Like this is janky as fuck. But let's test the concept first. Match pattern, and we'll just need to pass in. Let's just say undefined. We'll just pass in tile texture undefined to imply that I don't give a hoot. But actually, wait, you want a cat and texture, right? Okay, cat and texture. My cat and an undefined texture. This is going to be a little janky, understandably. But you don't need to big me up too much, Wesley. I'm just a normal person. I am not particularly special. I appreciate the kind words, but I am very painfully average. If anything anything I do that seems impressive is not impressive in the whole scheme of things. What is impressive is that I have spent so much time on it, if that makes sense. I'd like to think one of my good traits is that I can be quite stubborn and I can spend a long time on something if it interests me. And that inevitably, if you spend a long time on something, you get better at it, or at least you have more experience with it. So don't treat me as gospel. I've just spent a long time on this. I do the same thing with video games, right? I have like thousands and thousands of hours on all these games, so I'm quite good at them. But I think if you were to spend like a third of my time in those games, but with like an expert training you, you'd be better. I have the ability to spend a lot of time on pretty benign things like auto tiling. You get obsessed for 1 week and then get bored. I guess you can't see from that angle. Pointing at like my stack of Warhammer paint next to me that I haven't touched in a few months. I have that too. This game project was also that. I was obsessed with it for a brief period of time and then also put it down. It's just recently I've been doing it consistently. But, you know, I'll try and keep it up. We'll see if that stays forever. I'm enjoying it a lot right now. But I also have that habit. It helps a lot that this is tying in with my streaming thing, because I've been streaming for a very long time, but it's kind of nice to have a busy chat again. I wonder if I would have gotten bored with this project sooner if no one was watching. It's a thought. You're all here for the programming after all. And that's, I mean, that's a nice feeling. Anywho, we're gonna go in blah 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 texture. If it's this or my tarcat texture is undefined. So this slightly janky code should just re-roll as if they are matching, making it stick to the wall, which as a backup solution might just work okay. It doesn't work. You'd be here if it was Python, but C++ I'm out. Oh, thank fucking God. So sick of you. Square bracket colon -1. That's how you do like a one-line string reversal in Python, right? It's been a few years. That's not quite working. Did I write that correct? Da, 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 da. So match pattern. Pretend that my texture is undefined. If it doesn't match, run it again. Pretend my texture is undefined. Oh, I guess I'm immediately returning here. Okay. Pattern is this. Unconst it. And is this. If it's undefined, that is this. Yes, this is disgusting. Proof of concept. Proof of concept. Proof of concept. Proof of concept. Keep saying it. Close the page. Alright, I think the proof of concept is working. Let's prove if it... the concept, that is. Alright. It's not truly perfect. I mean, it's perfect when... most of the time, let's say. But... I hope you guys know what I'm complaining about, by the way, because otherwise I'm doing this for fucking nothing. You see here, where, like, the tree is touching the void? Technically, the tree shouldn't really be connecting to this wall. Oh, the game's, like, off-screen and stuff. Let's fix that. Why is it such a strange shape? Following since 2018, Aimware Cheat Bundle, you're an OG from 2018. Quickly, where's Tomu to mog your following since with his 2013 following time? Just kidding. Unless. Anyway, I'm saying that, like, it's not perfect because my solution is basically, if it would have given us those pink and black squares, just squish them together as if they are conjoining. It's alright. It's okay. It's not exactly what I'd like. The only real solution for this is to draw even more fucking tiles and write even more, like, patterns. And I can't be fucking arsed. This is already 63 tiles, of which some are floor, so let's say it's like 50-something tiles. Let's say it's like 56 tiles or something. 56 tiles, all of which have all these millions of patterns. I could have patterns that check if there's different textures and void at particular coordinates, and then have a really niche edge piece for that. Or I could just, like, in that rare circumstance, just Just let it connect weirdly like this. It's fine. Because in reality, you know what I'm doing, right? I'm going to go into the level generator system, and I'm going to do this. Oh, sorry, Bread. Following that logic, you should accept being hyped up because it will lead you to continue progressing. Yes. You're supposed to make a proof of concept for an IAM API. Ooh. The same codebase is deployed on prod. POC is a fake term to make you feel less insecure. Proof of concept, proof of concept, proof of concept, proof of concept. It's a great word. Anyway, what you'll see now is the spawn room just always has walls around it. So that stuff we've just been doing is like kind of a non-issue. But I like that it's solved should for some reason I decide to have different patterns in different areas. So I'm really happy with that for the most part. I think it's a good compromise. I think my time is more valuable than I sometimes give it credit for. I mean, these days I think I've been pretty good about telling you all to shut up. But sometimes I do need to value my time, and I think this is a good compromise. Potential color blend? But it doesn't match my vision. I don't know. There's easy hand waves. Technically, stuff should have a pattern. If it were to be a blend, it could be a dithering blend between the palette. I don't know if you've noticed this, Bread Santa VS. I have a very nice shader when you go over a wall. Observe. Let me zoom in for you. I don't know if you were here for this. View as I go to this wall. You see how your gun doesn't just suddenly like stick out of the wall, but instead it looks like there's like something in the way. It was designed for the leaves, mind you. You see like this dithering pattern on the tree? Rather nice, isn't it? Without this, the rocket launcher would just be under or on top of the wall. So you'd see a very obvious line. Like you see here. Technically there is a line where the rocket launcher is no longer under the tree. And as you go down it gets more and more dense. It's even more obvious I think with the sniper rifle. This lad. I think it's more obvious at least. You see how it gets quite dense towards the bottom until it's basically hidden. I could use a shader similar to this to dither tiles together when they would be matching in the void. That's potentially true. So hang on, what was I talking about? I think technically you can... Maybe there is a way to make it face the void, I don't know. Did I inspire myself from other games? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm something they'd call a gamer. And I have played a lot of games. It's very Nuclear Throne coded. I hope you'd notice. Somehow I destroyed the corner tile. That's interesting. How'd you manage that? That's like a perfect lineup. That's incredible. I think this is really hard to do. You see how I'm shooting the corner first? That's because I'm not moving my cursor. If I move my cursor slightly like this, it'll no longer, I think, get the corner. That's incredible. It's not as rare as I thought. I think it's funny. Technically, the closest corner to it is the corner. That's funny. Anyway, Nuclear Throne is a big one, and then like Isaac and Risk of Rain and all that stuff, of course. Holy shit, Gothic Metal. What does this sound like? Show me. Copyright strike me. Hang on. Oh, the song's called Master of Puppet. Because it's like Master of Puppets, but it's Alice. Are you gonna open source your engine? No, probably not. LibDonut's free though. You can look at LibDonut. But you know what happens these days in the modern world if you open source your project? It gets stolen by training data and cloned to hell, which is fine. But I'd like to think there's like a little soul in this, and I don't really want it to be sucked out by vampires. You love and hate Isaac. Me too, buddy. Me too. But I think there's excellent design choices made. And excellent things to learn from. I really like this Alice drawing as well, where she's like covering Is that Shanghai? I don't know. Shanghai or Horo's eyes. Alright, chat. I don't know about you. I think this is based as hell. So let's fix that proof of concept. Quite easy, I think. Because this is just something I'm creating here. Right? Let's just call this pattern diag. Yep. Const auto pattern diag is this. And then this will come out here, pattern auth. Now, there's definitely a nicer way than this. Let me think. Or is there? Why you... Compiler? I mean, there's ways to inline, like, if the response to this is something, then set pattern to that, blah, 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 blah. I know that this will be compiler optimized anyway, but I just think this looks a little jank. Oh, it's lowercase. Sorry, I'm stupid. The pattern here is correct, at least. I just need to think of a nicer way to format this. So we tried to match with diagonal pattern. Otherwise, we tried to match with auth. Otherwise, we try again with those first two, but with undefined. So there's definitely ways to like really compress this, but I think in terms of legibility, it's kind of okay to leave this with a little code duplication. I just think this, and also part of me is like, this Pyramid of Doom's not so bad because it sticks out as being weird. And like just extracting this to a function is kind of hiding that weirdness. Sometimes you can have a code smell to like point out when stuff's weird, and this is basically a workaround because I couldn't be asked to add extra tiles. Perfect is the enemy of good. But sometimes it's a learning opportunity, and I don't know if this is a learning opportunity or if it's... Because, okay, this works, and it's short enough. And we're also only constructing the pattern auth if we need it. So that's nice. I could remove the indentation here by simply... Fair point, Bread. You know what, I should work with you a lot more than Donut. I like your vibe. I was just going to say, like, I could flatten this by just... I mean, match pattern already returns a value. I could just say... Something is this. If this is not well-defined, then set it. Whatever. But... this isn't that egregious. Really. There could be a way to call this again with undefined, but yeah. You know, this is good enough. It looks like Donut's not looking at his monitor anyway, so... Oh, you could flatten it with the blah 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 return pattern. Oh, hang on. If pattern isn't equal to return pattern. Yeah, no, that's actually fine. I think. Like this. I think that's actually fine. Because then we just go on to the next part and then repeat that. Perhaps there's a nicer way. But this is not so bad. Is it? Well, in this case, you just return pattern, I guess. Wait. I have another thought. Hang on. I shouldn't have been spending time on this. Maybe I can just inline it there, you know? Something like this. Technically, this is fine. This works in the same sense. I shouldn't be spending time on this. But I do like it more. I do like it more. But it does look good, doesn't it? Oh, I shouldn't be doing this. This was me at the gym earlier, making that face. Yeah, it's better, isn't it? It is better. Why do I have a fucking conscious, dude? Well, in this case, the last one you don't need to check for undefined, you just return it. Whoa. This shouldn't even be an if. This should just be return whatever this is. Why did I write pattern? Angel and devil on the shoulder vibe. Exactly, dude. But it is right. Maybe I could do this and turn off Clang format. I don't know. I should probably have this fucking in the lookup table by now. You know, music. I would have liked to put this above, but technically it's insufficient, inefficient, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this is better. Yeah, this is better. Yeah, technically it's better. This is better. It just, is it? Before, at least you could, like, the code duplication made it easy to read. It can be your angle or your devil. I thought one of the characters had that as their tagline. Never mind. Maybe I deleted them. Alright, good enough. Ship it. Do I use C favored C++? You can answer that question for yourself, my friend. I don't know what it means. Alright, let's go into the level generator. I need the bathroom again. Maybe. You know what? That's a good place to pause. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm going to refill my water and have a wee. Look at the game. I'll be right back. It's me. Hello. Like coding C++ but C style? No. No, I don't do that. I mean, well, I don't... I do... I often... Well... I like the idea of having separate components, in which case separate structs, for holding data and holding functionality. That being said, I do also have plenty of structs with functions literally in them, with data as well, so, yeah. But, I also have a lot of sort of more data-oriented places than object-oriented. But I also use object orientation sometimes. Not a lot, mind you. But, you know, I have the odd inheritance a little bit here and there. Not a ton, though. But no, I'd say this is very C++-y stuff. I know very little about C, but you don't have templates, right? Your generics system is really weird, right? Or non-existent. How do you do generics in C? System is a big inheritance tree. Or like it's a big part of the program that uses inheritance. But I feel like there might be some random places that have them too. Technically enemy type is a uint 8t, that's not inheritance. Well, whatever. You can do generics in C. This is Woolen oriented programming. Yeah. It's all around me. Underscore generics. I haven't really written any C since like uni. C generics. How do I type it? Just underscore underscore. Underscore generics keyword. Implement a generic code that can execute statements based on the type of arguments. It's C11. Okay. That's maybe why I didn't know about it. The only C I think I was given much credit on was like the fucking 98 or whatever. A lot of projects try to avoid it. I mean, I didn't even know it was a thing. Interesting. A big drawback is that the arguments lack type checking. A macro can operate on different types of variables without type checking. That's macro. You can use generic to include the statements for different argument types. Because if I remember correctly, in C++, the... how do I describe this? Because my understanding is not so fancy. But the compilation unit, or the compiled product, build artifact, I don't know what the word is, of this function, for example, map apply pattern, also contains the signature of the arguments, and I think also the class probably, or the type. So you have a very unique pattern for this function, which is why you have function overloads in C++, because you can have two different functions with the same name, as long as they have different arguments. But in C, you can't do that, because they're just compiled with the name of the function? Compiled with might not even be the right name. This might be a pre-compile step. Pre-compilation step, I'm sorry. I guess it is probably pre-compilation. This is very job interview stuff, I guess, but, you know. So how do generics work? Because you don't have templates. It lets them make functions and math H work for different types. It's more of a switch on types. Okay. UCC and LVM have generics like C++. I guess they're non-portable then, if you're not using those? Or are they starting to become more standard? C and C with a bunch of compiler extensions are different. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, I tend to prefer portable stuff. I don't think I used Pragma once in this project, even though technically Pragma once is, Did I leave my water in the kitchen? Fuck, I'll be right back. Even though Pragma once is technically very common. Anyway, I'm going to work on the level generation stuff now. Oh, good tune. This is Ouroboros, yeah. Do I use multi-threading? For level generation, it's done on a separate thread, yeah. Well, it's done asynchronously. I guess I don't really need to care about what mechanism they use to execute that. Hello, Calculus. Alright, anyway, level generator. New project chat. We've now finished the spawn room, which, as we said, was really quick. It only took me 2 streams, an entire day off stream to get this working. And it's not because the spawn room exists, it's because I had to completely rewrite how my auto tiler works to accept multiple tile sets. So that's always very fun, isn't it? Just a quick little in and out adventure. So now I'm going to change how the enemy spawning works, because it's always been a bit, how should I say, placeholder. Currently, as the little snake is going around, he rolls a dice and puts an enemy down. And he has a max amount of enemies he can put down. Which is fine for testing, but it does also mean if you have a ginormous level, enemies are basically clustered near the start of the level based on the chance. If the chance is 100%, all the enemies spawn here. If it's 50%, they sort of spawn a bit further away, and so on. So I'm going to rewrite it to be more deterministic. I'm going to have a for loop that just goes over the number of enemies I want, and I'm just going to randomly pick a floor and put it there. And if the enemy's there already, move on. And yeah, that could potentially cause a problem where you're just constantly moving on. There's a word for it, like the pigeonholing problem. I don't know what it's called. You're just constantly poking holes, checking for stuff. But I will come up with a nicer solution. Maybe I'll have a special bin that the enemies get shoved in, or whatever. Those are edge cases which we'll solve. But the basic idea is to pepper the enemies around the level a bit more predictably. And scale it with the size of the level, basically. So if the level is 1,000 floors, then I should expect, on average, 100 enemies, let's say, as an example. So I would spawn in 100 enemies, and for each of them, I could place them at every 10th floor, or I could just brute force it, and that randomness might feel interesting. We'll see. To be honest, I could just literally spawn them at even distributions. Because of the way the level's been generated, like so, they will actually somewhat randomly do. So maybe I don't need to do it so sillily. Anyway, moving on. Level generator, huh? Enemy spawn. Apparently it's happening here. I'm just going to gut this. So we were doing as each floor was being placed. I am now not going to do that. I'm going to have its own function called void level generator spawn enemies. Does it need to be in the level generator? Or could maybe it could just be done after the case? I think having the positions known on the map level is nice. Especially if I wanted to somehow synchronize it. It's a little simpler to keep it all contained. Yeah, no, I like this approach. So I'm going to spawn enemies within a map. I'm going to have a... I don't know if we need the rumba. Let's just pop the map in. And I'm going to say that... Is while right? Size T... Well... While map dot enemy spawn positions dot... It's a vector, isn't it? Yeah. So while it's less than... scary. While. Scary, right? While, huh? Could be a 4 loop instead, you know. We can... Let's use a 4. Let's be smart. 4. Size. T. I. Pipe. So, while we have enemies to spawn, we need to... We have a floor... How do I spawn that normally? Where does the floor normally go? Oh yeah, I don't do the floor like this. While loops without an exit condition, yeah. I think now I'm remembering why I was doing it the original way. It's because I don't really spawn floors anymore. I just update parts of the map. So this doesn't really work. I could also just put it back to how it was and just remove the max enemies thing. Whee! It does mean that there's a chance you get a very small chance that you get a map without enemies. There's another thing I could do, which is to iterate over every chunk. Pick the first floor. And roll... Nah, stupid. As I do the flood fill... No. Hello, freaky goat. Thank you. Grand min enemies, max enemies. Essentially, by removing the enemy count check, you can just, like, they're no longer just stuck to the front of the level. So I'll show you in a moment. This will get very laggy very quick, by the way, because it's not optimized so well. We zoom all the way out. You see there's enemies sort of peppered around the level. For the most part. And there's none in here. A little concerning, but I zoom all the way out. If I make it so... That means spawn chance is 1. So every floor being placed is a 1% roll for an enemy. There is a chance that you fail a 1% roll at every floor, but it's quite unlikely, especially if the level is more like this long. Maybe this approach is fine. I was just thinking it would be nice to have like a guarantee that there's enemies. Oh, a stack overflow? Ooh! What's this? This is new. How did that happen? New bug? Oh, is this to do with flood fill? Is the map too big? Ooh. New bug. What is that? Hang on, let me move this out of the way. Let's have a proper look. This is nice. Thanks, Wesley. Infinite recursion? Shouldn't be. Oh, wait, recursion? I thought we got rid of all the recursion. Where is it still? Oh. Oh, I thought I got rid of all the recursion. Wait, is this recursive? It's not in a while loop, but it does call itself. We've just run out of stack. Let me think then. Yeah, it's calling it. I know. I thought we replaced all of these. Oh, then in which case I've got a pattern to fix this already, right? We make a bucket, right? Where do I normally do this? I guess this was somewhere I just forgot to remove it. Thanks, Wesley. I'm gonna try and fix this bug for now. Yeah, sorry, I completely forgot. I thought I got rid of all the recursion. I guess not. So let me think. This approach, this stack thing, we can just use this pattern. So to replace a recursive function with an iterative approach, you can construct a stack, which you push to, and you pop to, and you top to, and all of that fun stuff. And that stops the function from constantly calling itself. Because a while loop running a trillion times is just a while loop running a trillion times. A function calling itself a trillion times, there's only so many stack you can have. How much recursion did you use? All the level generation used to be recursive, which was very easy to write because it's recursive. But yeah. Might still be infinite, but it would just exhaust your heap instead. Yeah, in which case we've got a bigger problem at hand. Although, I mean, how much of this stuff is constructing new stuff? I could rethink about that if I cause problems with it. Well, I don't know. Yeah, well, whatever. Yeah, go away from here, old man. Where was it? Nav ID. This bastard. How did I not already fix this? I guess I didn't call it flood fill. Anyway, so I guess it is. It's literally called flood. Surprised I haven't exhausted. I guess I've just not tried breaking walls on a large level. I normally just run around. Ah, yeah, yeah, that's probably what it is. Because until now, you've been spawning in a flat level with like one main navigation area, but now you have a spawn room with its own navigation area. When I spawned that giant map and I broke the wall, that's new. You don't normally spawn in a wall, basically. That explains why I've not seen this before. What's the game about? Shooting stuff. There's lots of info in the description, but yeah, in progress. You're gonna take a shower. Great recommendation for folks. Yeah, bub. Shower. How difficult is game dev for an intermediate programmer? You can do it. I believe in you. Great learning opportunity. Wall position is a Vec 3, right? We need to start somewhere. Hang on, how do I normally... I should read the function first. So normally, for every broken wall, we call this flood update nav ID thing. I guess I can make the stack for each of them. Because the point with this is that it eventually stops. If it notices all of its neighbors are with the same ID. Yeah. maybe. Oh, let's see. Let's just write something first and then see how it looks. So I want to, yeah, let's write something first and then improve it as we go on. So our stack, oh, we need a wall position and a new ID, do we? So we want an STD pair of... Wait, do I need... No, I don't. I think this is okay. So we're going to stack on our wall position. And then while that got size... While the stack has stuff in it, we can do our recursive function. Fine. I'm glad it looks exciting to you, Wesley. I hope it will be fun. Reference to non-static member function must be called. Oh, sorry. So other stack has stuff in it. Let me see. We want to get the top element from the stack, right? So floor is the top element, and then we pop it. And we can replace this. And then later on, when we would have pulled the function again, we push. When did I normally do that? Hang on, I should have deleted that quite so soon. So normally I do it after the bracket, after the for loop. So in this case, that would be here. So here I'd need to do some check, probably. Before we were just calling it blindly. Let's just blindly update it for a moment. Stack.push. What are we pushing? How did this work? Neighbor position. Oh no, this is Oh, hello, Hey Noob. How you doing? Or Gene, maybe? Thanks for the raid, dude. How was your stream? What were you up to? I'm just fixing some recursion that I forgot about. First pronunciation was great. Geen? Nederlands? Or something else? How are you finding the heat? Let's see. Neighbor position. Oh wait, no. This was definitely within the for loop. Yeah. I don't know why this would make any sense. It's still not quite correct here. Yes, Dutch. Oh, nice. How are you surviving the heat? The heat's been okay. It was a lot worse a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it was like fucking 40. Good lord. IA64. Arson kernel development. Fuck no. Switch to custom Mesa backend. What on earth does that mean? That sounds cool. How is it here? Oh, I'm also in the Netherlands. But, I've been okay today. I've got the fan on. But, it's not too bad. It's not too bad today. Although, I went to the gym earlier on my bicycle, and the fucking handlebars had absolutely cooked in the sun. So when I biked back, my hands were like being a little roasted by the bike. Titanium 64. That's my favorite game. CPU instruction set. Carson is runtime kernel address sanitizer. Hassan. Mesa is a GPU API implementation. You were doing backend for your GPU ISA and mem model. That sounds very impressive. I have no mental image. I need to think for a second. You say you were doing some development on the... Hang on, switch to a custom Mesa backend. I can't build a mental image of what you said. It's not. It's less worse than it sounds. It sounds awesome. I can't picture it. What? You were... Hang on. You were doing some kernel development. I don't know what Itanium is. Hang on, I need to Google this. Itanium 64. It's a Mario game, right? Oh. 2001. It's the instruction set architecture, ISA, of the discontinued Itanium family of 64-bit Intel microprocessors. I don't remember the fucking Intel Itanium. You messaged it here before. I'm stupid, I'm sorry. I have no memory of this place, dude. I do not remember Intel Itanium. I remember Pentium. That one was everywhere. Itanium? It's like a mod you'd install by accident. And it would be slightly better than like a diamond tool for some reason. It'll be blue. Okay. Mesa is a GPU API implementation. Passon is a runtime kernel address sanitizer. I guess that's a more standard thing. Kernel address sanitizer. Yeah. You remember Celeron? Yeah. That sounds very impressive. What are you... What's your goal? You're writing a kernel for this old Intel chip. Is it just to experiment with writing your own kernel? Or is there a thing you're doing with all of these old Itaniums? It was deleted out of the blue when x86-64 was clearly winning the race, so everything was deleted upstream. Oh, was this a alternative to x86-64, whatever? What was PowerPC? Was that its own instruction set, or was that RISC, or what? Because there's all these old... Oh, Itanium. We could run circles around PowerPC. We could kill the x86. PowerPC was a RISC architecture. Was it its own... Man. I know so little about some of this shit. This is not upstream Linux. This is someone else's downstream kernel. You do have your own kernel tree with SN2 drivers, but that is unrelated. Good lord. Good luck, Wesley. Thanks for hanging out today. Sorry if I seemed grumpy earlier. It's because I am grumpy. I hope you like the stream. Enjoy your KCD. That sounds very, very cool. How long have you been working on this? Tell me about the game engine you're making. Well, I can show you the FAQ. Currently I'm rewriting, as I said, I found that I was still using recursion when I was, well, I was updating navigation area IDs. So the game is a 2D roguelike, right? You have this lovely traversable space, you have an intraversable space, you have various rooms. If you destroy a wall, it needs to recalculate certain navigation areas so the enemies know they can move between them. And I found out that on a massive level, if you spawn within a small space and break the wall, we ran out of stack. Which makes sense, but I guess when I was getting rid of all the recursion from my codebase, I missed this one function and it crashed. You've been working on it for a few weeks, the Mesa thing for about a week, the tree for a couple months on and off. Is this all done in like C or what? Or is it even more? Because this is not x86 or ARM. Do you need to write assembly? Mostly C, sometimes IA64 assembly. Did you have to write your own C compiler? Or... Because this stuff is absolutely alien to me. Forgive me if I sound very stupid, it's because I am. GCC still supports it, even though it's from 2001 and deprecated. The current version of GCC. Would you have to use some old one? Surely. Someone's working on LLVM 64 support back, it was deleted. Current GCC supports it. Stupid question, how many of these are there? Are there like hundreds of these dead instruction sets and architectures that are still supported by the current compilers, or is there only like a handful? Like 20? Yeah. Do people still use it? Is it for practical use or just for fun? Yeah, I mean, if it's its own... What hardware do you have available? Because I was going to say, like, people choose to use ARM over Intel or for x86 for various reasons, including, like, you know, the reduced instruction set, slightly better for fucking battery and small devices and all that shit. But, what's the use in an old chip? Usually I think, like, oh, there's like a lot of them cheap, and if you've got 1 trillion of them, they're as powerful as a modern card. But I can't imagine something from 2001 is still... HP Integrity, its main hardware, it's a rack server. Some unis might still be using it. Oh, okay, so it's like legacy systems do still want it. That makes sense. Hello, Gartama. I have a feeling my neighbor's about to ring my doorbell, but I'm not sure. Can you tell me if you hear it go off? I have a parcel for them. Actually, I could check my phone, I guess. Right. So, it's getting replaced, like the same performance of a Raspberry Pi 1-2U rack server IIRC. I mean, if it's like 2001 server architecture, I've got to imagine the fucking Nintendo DS has more computing power. I don't know. Actually, does the Raspberry Pi... It's probably less powerful than a DS, isn't it? You're learning ML Micrograd from Andre? Cool. How's that going? I don't know who that is. Is that like a web course? Machine learning's really cool. All the fucking perceptrons and all that shit. Was it Vsauce? There was like a video where they got a big crowd of people to imitate perceptrons on like a big football field to do image recognition. It was very cool. They trained all the people to like recognize like letters of the alphabet or something. I don't remember. Very neat. Anyway. I feel like oh, it's because I'm doing the continue. So this is only pushing... Yeah, this might work. Free on YouTube. Cheers from India. Cheers, bud. How warm is it out there right now? I had quite a few colleagues out there, but they don't seem to worry about the heat so much as us. I can never remember if India is far enough away that you have like a different... I guess you're still Northern Hemisphere, right? Your summers are... Wait, are you Northern Hemisphere? Because like Australia, it's summer and winter are swapped with us, right? Us in Europe, I should say. So my sister was saying, oh, it's not so hot over here when we're like melting in 40 degrees. What's it like? What's over in India? What kind of game are you making? You're making a roguelike. There's a description with info. Alright, this seems to work for now, at least. Nav area here, we've got 1, 0. Oh, does nav area... Oh, this place doesn't have a nav area. I should fix that. Or not. I don't really know. You wouldn't be able to walk to me. Oh no, you can walk to me. You just can't walk to me with A-star. That's fine. Okay, we zoom out. We make a giant level. Let's make it as big as possible. Well, realistically. Are you ready to sit and wait, chat? Oh, it didn't take long. You have a HPRX 2800 A2, a server from 2010. Oh, so it's not 2001. Maybe it's 2001 was when it was introduced? Oh, sorry, I misread Wikipedia. Launched 2001, discontinued 2020, so it's not actually that old. It's been maintained in some form since COVID, until COVID. Thank you. Pain you do. It was the last IO64 service 2016 or something to 2023. Okay, so this stuff is not tech from like the 90s. Alright, so the game obviously does not work very well when there's about 1 trillion enemies on the screen. That much I know. Funnily enough, it's not optimized for this. Let me try and zoom in. I think the frame rate's too low. It's faster for me to kill the game and go back into it. How did you make all the graphics like when the bullet hits, it spikes into all the angles? These are particles, so when the bullet hits a wall, it spawns particles. That's the simple of it. And all the particles I've got defined in various ways. You can have emitters, you can have them as like a one-off thing. You know, if I set fire to something, you see he like emits particles in a certain way. There's all sorts going on. It's very fancy. Anyway, let me try and see if this recursion bug is fixed. So we're going to make a very long level, lots of generation cycles, bunch of tunnels, generate. Very quick, very laggy, because again, there's nothing stopping the enemies off screen from running their full AI cycle, behavior cycle, I guess. Well, look, this crashed before, and now it doesn't. And I guarantee you that this is running slow because of all the enemies and not because of the nav graph being redrawn. That's nice. I wonder when it's worth doing optimization for enemies. You know? Because there's a very simple optimization I could make. If I go to my enemy system, I can just say for every enemy, somewhere in here I could just say if the distance to the player is more than like 500, just skip. I don't know what problems that could cause, but that would help. Because all of them right now are doing pathfinding, not pathfinding checks necessarily, but they're doing line of sight check. They're all thinking about if they want to change state. To be honest, the line of sight check probably have a max. Did you make them reuse pathfinding? Oh no, but they're not pathfinding if they don't see you. They just randomly pick a direction and move there, so that's not a problem. But indeed, if they are following you, then they do recalculate their A star every half a second or something. Thanks, bud. Can't wait to find this inverted value a month from now in the Godot thing. That's nasty. Hello, stop. You know, Donut, the behavior of people have changed. Since adding that to the title, they've gone from asking me why I don't use it to saying, like, oh, it's nice to see you're not using it. So instead of getting questions about it, there's more like statements, which is a lot cheaper for me to answer. So I think that sped up my development time quite significantly. A good performance improvement is to update my YouTube and Twitch title. Who reads an FAQ? Anyway, genuinely though, the FAQ is written in blood. You had a game idea, the enemy stuns your patties of attack and moves and imitates it. Can you make that? Absolutely. Look into Quake. I don't know if that's actually how they work, but people used to say that the Quake bots learned off of you. I have a feeling it was an old wives' tale, but you can certainly... That's 1 echo chamber points. Dude, if it's an echo chamber, if I can start screaming in my ear, dude, I can't be asked to keep talking about this shit. I get enough of it at work. And that's when there's actual conversation to be had. You microwave your water for tea? That's alright. Makes it hotter, right? Makes it hot. It excites the water particles. Sorry. You need to stir water if you microwave it. You watch a lot of British streamers. I'm sorry to hear that. You love low-langle. Low-langle? Why did I combine those? Low-level languages. Respect C++, although you're a Java man. We're not so different, you and I. You hate Python. Have you ever touched Kotlin? Kotlin is lovely. No one told you it's okay. You should tell them to fuck off. Sorry, yeah, you should tell them to fuck off. Gatekeeping tea. Weird one. I bet they don't even grow their own leaves. Oh, you heard that one guy left them on for a month and they decided the way not to lose was them not moving. Yeah, I think that was a green text. I don't think that was real. But there was the green text story about, I think it was literally the Quake bots, where someone left a Quake server running for so long that eventually the bots realized the only way to win was not to fight or something. It was very sweet. You've tried it, but you still like Java more. Damn, could have gotten you. Fair enough. You know, Kotlin's fully-ish, I think, backwards compatible with Java, because it compiles to Java. It's not really compiling, but, you know, it runs on the JVM, I think. It's been a while. But anything you can do in Java, you should be able to do in Kotlin. It is different syntax, though, yeah. But if you don't want to think about null pointer exceptions, have I got a question mark for you? Or the Elvis operator. Have you seen him? Like that. That one's great. It compiles to Java bytecode. Oh, thank you. Is coffee tea? Yeah? I think so. It's like an extract of plant in water. Hot chocolate is tea. Now that's a hot take, because you shouldn't be having hot chocolates with water. But I guess the instant hot chocolates you get in like hotels, maybe. Traditionally, I guess you make it with water, but people also make porridge with water, and I'm sorry about that. Scottish people. Code just stopped working after an extended period of time. I also just think the Quake bots didn't work that way. I think they just got more or less aggressive based on you or something. It might not even be that fancy. Anyway, consider execute state. Let's see. Rolling a dice is very cheap. Pathing, it doesn't matter because all of these are idle. It's really the change state part that matters. So I guess execute state for idle. Where did I have this again? Move. You're purely random. Or, well, random. When do I do line? Oh, it's this. It's in consider changing state, obviously. This stuff. I should probably just have like a max on it, right? If the enemy's in a paid safe zone, yeah, so I do this pathing exists without a max on it, I think. Yeah, I don't have a max on this. Realistically speaking, the enemies shouldn't be able to see you from 20 trillion lines away. Right? So let's just say Pathfinding path exists, so this is the expensive bit. Well, no, this isn't. The navigation ID stuff's very cheap. No, actually, no, wait, hang on. Distance 2 is less than the perception multiplier. This is cheap. No, this is all it's doing. Distance 2. How expensive is distance 2, though? This is doing distance without square root, right? So really, it should be failing on here. Unless their perception is super high. Hello, Yokini. Yoki. How are you? Okay, so maybe this just happening a lot is expensive. Because I mean, look, if I add in here, if I just remove the pathfinding, let's say, is it still expensive? In which case, it might just be the drawing code, maybe. Let's see. So we've got lots of enemies, and you know they'll never see me. Wow, isn't that crazy? Unless I shoot them, in which case they do see me. I can just shove them around, little footballs. All right. Anyway, I zoom out, and then I make lots of max steps, generations, fine, whatever. Anyway, lost big level. Is this still slow? It is. So I guess the AI thing is not. And by AI, I mean enemy behavior. That's not the slow bit. It might just be the drawing function then. Do you think all of them moving is expensive? If I can go even further. In the loop, I can just not make the loop do anything. But the enemies are not going to do diddly shit. Is it just the drawing? Let's find out. You know what? Even better than that. Something like this. Okay, enemies, they never move. But I can shoot him. What's he going to do about it? No, zoom out. I think it's just the drawing, you know, I'm going to be real. Max steps, generation, whatever. Yeah, it's just the drawing, I guess. If I go to click on Sivas, do I like the universe? Questionable. I'm going to zoom in. Does it get faster? Look in the description, my friend. On YouTube. Brian Wilson. Brian Wilson. Brian Wilson was an American musician who co-founded the Beach Boys. I had to look that up. I know the name, but yeah, I had to Google it. Is that okay? I wouldn't consider myself musically gifted. He'd co-written Surf City, I Get Around, Good Vibrations. Maybe you're an old man. Yeah, maybe. Why is this still slow? Is it still drawing the enemies outside the screen? Like, I know the name Brian Wilson, but I would not be able to tell you what he's been up to without Googling it. You still have your good looks. I'm sure. Is it because of Good Vibrations? Surfing USA? Holy shit, he's been Wipeout? Dude, this guy's written fucking everything. Alright, maybe that's why I've heard his name at least. He's a legend. There you go. Surf's up. Alright, Brian Wilson. Good work. Hello, Ranzgo. Alright, let me think. What other stuff could be expensive if it's not the enemy behavior stuff? If it's drawing, then I can go into render actor system and just not do anything in here. If I go to my systems manager and I go to my draw bit and I go here where normally I draw the actors and I just don't do it. Let's see if this is still slow. Because I'm not looking into do deep optimization, but I'd like to think about it. I'd like to be aware, you know. Oh, there's no actors. How spooky. Anyway, let's make a big level. Big steps. Generation cycles, fine. Still laggy, right? So it's not the render actors bit either. Is it just having that many entities on the screen in debug? If I run this in release, is it fine? Have I tried in release? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I even just said. Oh, this is going to change my configuration. Daniel Radcliffe. You mean Harry Potter? Goodbye, fix. F2 will be broken again. Great minds think alike. Don't compare me. Or do you mean Daniel Radcliffe? That's one of his films. He was also in that film where he like held a gun up. Or was that? It was like a stage play, right? Where he was in his pajamas and he had like a gun because he was trying to move away from being casted into Harry Potter. Guns Akimbo, yeah. Guns Akimbo. That's it. I haven't seen it. Was it at the West End? Or was it produced into a DVD? DVD stream. Guns Akimbo. Oh, was it a film? Oh, it is a film. Sorry, I thought it was a play. I know he went into theatre. I thought he did. It's 2019. I thought it's way older. Bloody hell. Was it any good? Swiss Army Man. Hang on, Daniel Radcliffe. He's 36. That poor boy. He does not look 36. Daniel in the Jungle was scary. He was 100 pounds. How many kilos is that? Yeah, I don't know metric. Yes, he was in Harry Potter. I know about that. I want to know... Oh yeah, he was in West End and Broadway Theatre from 2002 to 2008. Oh, my knowledge is a little outdated. 2010 to 2018, he was in Broadway and indie films. Yeah. Yeah, he got into like Broadway and stuff. Because he's actually quite a talented actor, right? He's quite a smart guy. I thought. We don't hate him, right? I'm pretty sure we like Daniel Radcliffe, right? He's a good guy, right? No, we don't hate him, thank God. My knowledge was that Emma Watson, Daniel Radcliffe, and Rupert Grint were all good guys. Didn't Rupert Grint make run an ice cream truck or something over COVID? We don't like Draco. Oh, we're not. I don't remember him very well. He had the blonde hair guy. Did he return in like the remake they're doing on Netflix? Where did I learn C++? University, with this project, and at work. Alright, well anyway, the enemies are... something's laggy about having lots of them. Oh, we built them in release, right? You know what, let's try it in release with all their... Oh, I just don't have this. Okay. With all their logic running. Let's see. He had an ice cream truck and he gave it away for free. Oh god. He came back for the theatrical renditions. Oh yeah. Well, that was like... Was he not able to really do work outside of Harry Potter? The Draco actor. I don't follow film very well. Can I answer your question? I did answer your question, Lungsirche-X9H3P. I said I learned it in university on this project and at work. Exclamation mark, all caps. Hi. He wasn't quick to denounce JK. Maybe that's because it's his livelihood. Oh. Not a good look. Oh well. Yeah. For all those kids went through, and also, I mean, they were also very fortunate, but, you know, for all they went through, they turned out decently well as adults, I thought. There's a degree of privilege required to denounce your livelihood. This is the game in release, by the way. Watch as it's able to run in release mode. Wow. Generation cycles maxed, distance maxed, not distance, sorry. Max steps, go. Oh. Yeah, look, the game runs fine with a trillion enemies on screen doing literally everything all at once. I've got a fine 115 FPS even. Wow. Let's spawn tunnels. 100 tunnels. And let's spawn, I don't fucking know, completely straight line, why not? Yeah, you know what? And let's increase the enemy spawn chance. Let's double it to 2. Let's increase it to 7. Let's put it on 15. So the game's running in 6 FPS, 3 FPS, and I think there's about 10 quintillion enemies on the screen. So I'm going to say that the game doesn't need optimization. It's fine. Oh, it's nice to see, isn't it? Release mode, my beloved. Isn't that sick? Just going from debug to release. And it's like, yeah, I can almost handle all this shit on the screen. 0 optimizations on my behalf for handling this many entities, by the way. Like, where you run your code? Why are you typing like that? Is the nav mesh pre-baked? What nav mesh? You mean the navigation area ID? I guess so, yeah, it's pre-baked. And then when you destroy a wall, it recreates it for anything that's relevant. It's kind of like a nav mesh, but it's a lot simpler. What engine? Oh, you're on Twitch, aren't you? Oh wait, hang on. I don't know where the title is on Twitch. Here, maybe? Probably here? I don't know. Yeah. That's what I call C++. I just spam click on generate level until it goes through. You're in C# with Unity. How do you find it? Yeah, look at this. 30 FPS, which is the baseline for, like, Nuclear Throne. And every single enemy on the screen exists and is valid. Let's make the game loop around. Hang on a minute. We'll put them all in, like, one space, basically. This is a lot of enemies. More than I think the game's realistically going to have. Create the shaders from scratch in GLSL. Hell yeah, buddy. I love GLSL. I wish I knew how to use it better, but such is life. There's all these enemies. I'm now going to shoot them with a flamethrower. I'm also going to make myself move very quick. Yeah, something like that. That'll do. Whee! I think these enemies are all annoyed at me now. Oh, I need to give them their guns. Hang on. Bam. Now it might get a little laggy. Because they're all shooting now. Masochistic. Yeah, okay, it's a little laggy when about 100,000 enemies start shooting. I can take credit for that. Oh, and it's actually, I think it's the XP being spawned on the floor. I think once you sweep that up, it's actually decent. But yeah, the game runs into some small issues when there's this many things on the screen. That's true. But if I go, like, far away, I'm getting hit with this fire. You see, oh god, he sniped me. Dude, the freeze frames are amazing, by the way. If you're thinking the freeze frame is lag, it's an intentional mechanic. When you take a lot of damage, the game pauses for a second. So you see, when occasionally I get hit with, like, a big sniper rifle, and it goes, like, pa-chow. This guy's hit me with a flamethrower. If I bring this back down to, like, a normal game, like, there's still too many. Yeah, I currently have not written the thing to stop them from spawning in the spawn room. That's okay. Oh, I guess they ignore me. I haven't turned that off yet. There's a setting right now that makes them ignore you at level start. The little guy with the dagger is kind of threatening, isn't he? There's a ton of culling going on. Not really. I mean, stuff isn't drawn if it's not on the screen. So yeah, in that sense. But it's 2D, right? So the culling is obvious. The texture being drawn to is the size of the screen. The tiles are cold. Yeah, but I don't know where it would render the entity to. I guess technically it is drawing the entity to a texture, but then where does that go? The instance exists. Yeah, I'm not disabling instances or anything that are far away because clearly it doesn't seem to matter. You're saying, imagine if you'd written all this and there was no release mode to toad it to. Oh yeah, dude. This sniper rifle guy's crazy. Look at him going. The rasterizer culls on a per pixel basis. Yeah, my assumption would be like that pixel's off screen so it doesn't render. But I guess it does have to check for that pixel. I'm not culling the whole sprite if it's off image. I guess I could do that, but I mean clearly it doesn't fucking matter. This game's running at 480 FPS. With like space to optimize. I should keep saying like the game's running fine. And I've done nothing really to make it run any better other than just using a language that's good. So when the people in chat come in and say, why aren't you using C# or Python or whatever, Scratch, this is kind of why. You're not here to tell me what to use. Oh no, I'm talking to the scarecrow. The little scarecrow man in my head that I've invented. You like him? The scarecrow man. The bullet. I haven't got the bullet explodey level up. Oh, I haven't been picking. Wait, hang on. Why don't you have upgrades, little guy? That's concerning. Oh, did I break upgrades? Hang on. Oh, I must have. Oh, I should fix that. How did I break upgrades? That's problematic. Go back to debug mode, by the way, and oh, goodbye F2. I bet you've broken again, haven't you? What's that file and build called again? I was talking about it earlier. Slash build slash build slash compile commands. Oh no, this is still lowercase. Why did you not get recreated? I guess I didn't do a CMake rebuild, I just changed configurations. I didn't do a reconfigure, a delete caching reconfigure. I should say. Alright, think. Compile. Level up. How do you normally work, little fella? Systems manager. When you level up, it should be going into the level up system. That's odd. Does your JSON settings set it? Settings JSON. I don't know. Huh. Merge compile commands. Yeah. How does that work? I wonder if there's a way in here to auto-force that C thing, capitalizing C. This is kind of weird. Why weren't you leveling up, little fella? Well, you were leveling up, but does it not work if I hit restart? It does. That's weird. If I generate a level, What? Why were you not leveling up before? Because this is clearly working now. Does it not work in release? That would be weird. That would be really weird. Hang on, let me try running in release again and see if that somehow breaks like, leveling up. Somehow. It's supposed to merge the compile commands from all the different configs. You feel like it should have been overwritten. Yeah, weird. Oh, I'm sleepy. Oh, I wish I could play Apex. No, it works in release. Oh, what the fuck? What happened? Clearly that's working. Did an enemy kill an enemy and pick up... No, that wouldn't have done it. And that's weird. Okay, I don't know what that was. I'm gonna have to remember that it's a bug, though. Why would this have been the case? Did you hit an assert? No, I didn't hit an assert. But level up wasn't being set off for some reason in release. Should have been triggered from here. Number of new levels is XP levels minus start level. Registry, try to get experience. I wonder if there was something wrong with this. Oh, magnetic target. Yeah, so I have a feeling that... is that possible? I don't know if it's possible, but maybe the enemy killed another enemy with a rocket launcher and picked up the consumable. Let me check that. How does magnetic normally get spawned? I don't remember. Entity factory. Oh, it is meant to be the target on the player entity, so I don't think that could happen. I guess I can just test it. If I give some enemies some rocket launchers and make them shoot each other. Well, now I'm getting loads of levels, obviously. You should see this rocket launcher coming in. It should be blasting stuff. Specifically, I want to tick off the enemies with rocket launchers. I mean, this is just working, right? Maybe it was the flamethrower? Oh, I did get a debug assert though. Oh. Level up doesn't exist in the registry. And this would have been ignored in release mode. But why would that be? So in this case... Oh, dear. I'm guessing that... I'm so tired. I shouldn't stream for too much longer, I guess. Let me think. Level up. This has clearly got some sketchy conditions. So it should get in place when we set up the system to be here. I mean, I could obviously just return if it doesn't exist for some reason. It's clearly just the wrong tick, but then again, why would we be in this system with no level up? It only gets erased from this system. Or maybe not. I'm tired. I think the only time it's removed is in this system, but I guess maybe the for loop could be iterated for. Hang on, maybe this is it. So we erase it here, right? But then it should break the for loop. It shouldn't get iterated over again, right? This break is for this for loop. But then I guess there's nothing. This could maybe somehow hit another tick. When is clickable system should only be iterated over in level up systems. Wait, what's this? No. This looks weird. Why are you in place? Hang on, what's this? This is probably it. Why are you in place? Hang on, let me check. That looks fucked up. Why on earth would you be that? That's probably the bug, right? Yeah, that's dumb as hell. That's really stupid. What does the in place even return? Probably what's already there? Okay, I don't know if that was the bug. That was weird. I didn't like that. This is where it should be happening. When you hit the level up thing, you place level up in the registry, you spawn the level up buttons, which are a bunch of entities. Yeah, it has the same effect of get if the thing is already there, but it wasn't in placing anything in there. You were just passing in null. So I guess, I don't know how it was handling that. In place if you pass nothing in. I would have thought that, like, removes it, or gives you the default. But I don't know. Let's find out. It seemed... Was it caused by the flamethrower? I couldn't tell. Because there's some weirdness with the flamethrower, because it spawns entities, that blah, 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 blah. We're in place with nothing in the parameters. That can't be right. In place or replace is a separate thing. Yeah, I know. But if you hit in place and then pass nothing in, what happens? Does it just in place nothing and just return whatever's there? Or does it overwrite it? Or what? You understand what I mean? I was just calling in place with nothing of interest. It would replace. It would in place it. Oh look, I got a crash. If there was nothing there, it would in place a default constructed thing. But if there was something, it would return that. Okay, I guess it was working then. Interesting that this is failing though. I mean, if I replace this assert with if it doesn't contain it, then return. But I think this might just not. This might just break the level up screen. It won't. I think the state is incorrect. I also think it is the flamethrower. I'm not certain though. Lonely level. This happens because of how game state switching is deferred. Yeah, I mean, it's clearly like a few ticks where it's... buttons are visible, but the update thing is not though. You know what, I should put a breakpoint in here. Let's see if the breakpoint ever gets hit. Oh, the breakpoint's here now. Then if I hit return a few times, it goes out of it. Oh! Is it triggered by having multiple level ups at once? Maybe. It just... like, that system should work, but it's been broken by something. Hang on, let me restart. Like this. I should have a thing that just makes the enemies stop moving, just because it's annoying. God, it's so laggy in debug mode. I think this is originally why I had the max enemies thing, just because it was kind of annoying. Yeah, it's not. What it seemed to do on release was like it just didn't have any enemies there. Oh, I know how to fix some of this. If I make the max steps really small, it make the enemy spawn chance really high. Oh, they're still not spawning. I guess it doesn't move anywhere. Make it 100%. I don't know, this seems to be working now. Maybe the problem was just, rare. How do you start game dev? I'd start by maybe Googling it, I don't know. How do you start game dev? Which engine, custom or pre-built? I would not start with a custom engine necessarily if you have... Well, it's a good learning experience, but it's quite a lot to bite your teeth into. I'd maybe start, if you're new to programming, you could start with something like Game Maker or whatever, and just to get your head around programming. But it's kind of hard to say pick your preference for engine if you don't have any experience with them. So if you have any friends or colleagues that work with them, you could ask them for what they have, and then maybe they could give you advice. I would just like go on the page for all the popular engines and see which one's cool to you and do like some of the tutorials. If you're really not sure, they'll all have like starter tutorials. You could just do them each for a weekend and decide which one you like. Have a look in the description, Mint. It'd be unfortunate if you got a Super XP orb and leveled up 3 times and you got to choose one upgrade. You know, I've as I just said, Donut, that's fixed. That's already a thing. That's a mechanic. Like, that is a thing. When you level up and you see it say question mark and then a number, it means you can pick multiple upgrades. That's a mechanic already. Hang on. Let me go to level up. How does it work? There's this level up component with a number of levels. And that's either decremented and erased or reused in the next level up console message as a offset. So when you level up from a pack, you do number of levels, well, 1. It's very simple, really, but it's a little annoying. There's probably a better approach. Oh look, you quite literally just do this. If level up already exists, then you add in what comes in. If it doesn't exist, then you put it in. It's a bit of a weird system, to be honest, but I'm happy enough with it. I'm happy enough with it. So what I can do in my collision system is just say number of new levels is 100, for example. Raylib is a great starter engine. Give that a go then. I mean, I hear a lot about Raylib. That might be a nice place to start. I wouldn't be able to give you any advice with it, mind you, but you get it. You can pick for this many upgrades. You see that the game... This was a big part about the buttons, right? I didn't want you to accidentally click the next upgrade when you level up. So even if I hold this down, you see it's not clicking. I have to actually click. But you can click... You were saying, oh, you can't click for the first like frame of the thing existing. Like, I think this is fine. Whatever this is now. And then that's it. That's how it should work. Yeah. Anyway, easy game, right? I think it's working. Well, whatever this is chill, I guess. Hello, Wesley. Yeah, I mean, this is working now. Alright, let's make the spawn room a fun shape. Why not? In the level generator system, we have a spawn room. My game coming out before GTA 6? Absolutely not. GTA 6 is coming out like later this year, right? So right now the spawn room is a square. I want to make it like this shape because this is fun. I feel like there's a mathematical way of drawing this, but also I'm thinking I could just represent this in like ASCII art. You know? What do you think? Because there's definitely a mathematical representation of going from a like a vector line. I mean vector in the vector versus rasterization dynamic, where you just draw like a circle. Oh, sorry. Whatever. You just draw a circle and then, well, rasterize that into pixels. Feed color everything that touches. You had an idea of doing master's images. I did. And I kind of think that's sweet, because then also if I wanted to make a level editor to spawn like unique structures, I could just represent it in ASCII art. I could have a fancy UI over it that replaces the ASCII with tiles, but I mean, I could just use this tile ID in a little thing like this. You don't have an idea how to code, it looks cool so you're watching it. Well, this might be fun to see then. I'm going to try and, you know in like Minecraft, where there's predefined structures? Literally like PNG. If that's how PNG works, is PNG sort of like, does it work like a bitmap? Where every pixel is a 32-bit? I actually don't know what the definition of a PNG is. I know it's like a compressed bitmap of some kind. We talked about this before. What does Wikipedia say? It supports palette-based images with palettes of 24-bit RGB or 32-bit RGB alpha, grayscale images, and full-color non-palette blah blah blah. There are standards. PNG file contains a single image as an extensible structure of chunks, encoding the basic pixels and other information with integrity checks. So yeah, I mean, it's basically just an encoding, whatever. Fine. File format. Oh yeah, look, there's a Wikipedia shows like a memory view of it. The PNG image blah viewed with a hex editor. You did send along, yeah, I remember. I remember you sending it at least. So you have a file header. You have chunks. Chunk is 4 parts: length, chunk type, name, chunk data, CRC. Fine. Let's what specs would I recommend for an indie dev semi 3D? Like a 10-year-old ThinkPad. I'd recommend having an SSD in the modern day, but you don't need any specs other than that. I'd recommend having a decent monitor for your eyes and having good lighting, because indie devs tend to destroy their eyes staring in a dark room. It's a bitmap in decoded form. Yeah. Now, is there a way for me to export an Aseprite image and then use that information? Because of course I could draw, if I were to say the spawn room is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I were to say the spawn room is 7 by 7, I could draw it as, if I made pink nothing, I could draw it like so. Or maybe to have it a little nicer, you know, like this. And then, as I read through it, load it as a PNG in grayscale and check if it's larger. I don't know if I want grayscale, because I'd like the idea of being able to decide on what tile to use. Right? Because I could also extend that to, like, spawn in items. Like, if I wanted the spawn room to also have, like, a entity of some kind spawned at a certain position. That could be neat. Sure, you can do whole colors. Nice. Ooh, I think that's a really fun idea. I was going to do this in ASCII art, like in the thing, but I think this works too. I was kind of thinking I could do it with the tile map as well. If I were to export this, this produces numbers for every tile. But I'm not using their tile mapping. I'm using my own. I'm using this thing on the bottom. So this doesn't really matter, I guess. Whatever. Let's go with this for now, because I use an auto-tiler anyway. Let's just say pink is ignore it, black is wall, white is floor. You know what this is similar to, chat? My university dissertation, where I had my... Remember procedural golf? It didn't use PNGs, but it did store level data as arrays of... data, arrays of like integers or something, where, you know, 1 was a wall, 0 was a floor, and whatever. I don't know if I had nothingness. Anyway, let's go with this. I'm gonna make a folder called rooms, and in here it's going to be spawn room.png. Got Aseprite? No. Spawn room.png. Oh, I could even use transparency, right? I don't know how annoying that would be, but the alpha is 0, then we can just ignore it. I don't have a PhD. Okay, Asset manager? I guess I could do it in level generator. Or does an asset manager still make sense? Because it is an asset. I guess I would like to be able to reload it. What libs do I use? LibDonut, NTT, FMT, and MGUI are the dependencies I'm mainly using. Hello, Mint. I'm using LibDonut as my abstraction, which uses OpenGL. I'm using an abstraction over OpenGL, funnily enough. And it's also using SDL2 2 to handle input and the window. I hope that's a good explanation. It's free. It's a cool library. Anyway, Donut, with your library, LibDonut, am I able to sample through a texture? Do you provide a way for me to iterate through all the pixels on a texture? Or do I need to do this myself? Which is fine. I just want to know if it already exists. You can do it with a GFX image. Let's have a look. You don't need to upload it to a texture. Let's see. Struct image. Where is that? If not in the image.hpp. Okay, I'll construct one and have a look. GFX class image. Spawn room image. Why not? GFX. Well, I'll have to think of how I'm going to do this. Load assets? What did I call it? Reload assets? Reload data. Spawn room image equals... man, how do I normally load stuff? It's not a struct. It's a class? Okay. You got save. Get pixels. What do you provide? Yeah, I get that it doesn't exist. I know. I just want to look at the file it's in. LangD. I just want to look at the file. You can take me there. No, you can't. Alright, well fine. Maybe I can use the old hash GFX image. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why is this stuff have to be so tricky? An image in your header? No. Nothing's ever easy, is it? How about now? There we go. I love ClangD. Hello, Brad. Is that ClangD, or is that Microsoft C++ plugin? I don't know. I'm putting a lot of work on ClangD. Control click tends to work better. Yeah, it wasn't working. You do have to make it a complete statement, which is one of the annoying things about VS Code. Let's see. So you can construct it with an image view. Fine. That's not what I want. You can load it with a file system, file path, and options. Okay, so that's easy. And then you can get the height, the width, the pixel format. Get pixels provides you a void pointer. Pixel data is tightly packed and fully contiguous. The pixels are stored in row major order, starting at the bottom left of the image. Okay. If they're fully contiguous, I'm going to assume that means that it's like you've unraveled the spaghetti, and I have to use like remainder or divide or whatever to iterate over each row or column. Is this your first game? My first game was the Game Maker Click the Clown tutorial in like 2006. I don't know. That was a long time ago. Was it? Not really. 20 years, huh? Shaved early. This is the main project for me right now. Anyway, you can pass in a file system, a file path, and options. So that should be able to use something similar to our load. We already have a file system and a file path. Oh look, we're already using graphics images when we're loading in this other stuff. That's easy. What was it? Spawn room image equals GFX image. And we simply want to pass in, what was it, file system and then textures slash rooms slash spawn room.png, something like that. Data textures rooms spawn room.png. Heads up, images will start at the top left in V3 because it's faster. So if you want to be forward compatible, you should flip it on load. I mean, in this case, we're lucky because it's symmetrical. It's an option in options. Okay. Different constructor? I guess this is the first part, and then the other part comes after, like this. Or what? Normally you can pass in something like this, I thought. There's repeat, and you use linear filtering. And use mipmap. Are you sure about that? But this is texture options. Is it image options? Yeah. Flip vertically. How about that? This is not the right constructor? Yeah, I know, donut. I guess this is not the right way to construct this. Yeah, this constructor style is not working. So are you saying that there's like another way to pass it in here? Well, I guess without quite so many brackets. Like that. This works. Did I fix the enemy racement system? Yeah, I just removed the max enemies and I just left it as that. So they just spawn as the Roomba goes around. I gave you the motivation to look at the Qubit game you took a look at. You've been putting it off for a month and a half again. I liked Qubit. Alright, so we have a spawn room image. If I go into my level generator system, I need to work out how to convert from that to room data. So I might just make that part of the level generator. Because what I could do is not store the room image and just store the data that it turns into. I don't really know if there's point in me holding onto the image. You know what, actually, yeah, let's not do that. We're going to have something called load room, something like this. We're going to pass in the file path like so. I'm going to take this. We're going to have a std shared point. Does that make sense? Making a shared pointer? Why would I need that? Why not simply the... Oh, you mean you... I'd want to remove an st... like a unique pointer, right? Is it a format? Hang on a moment. Whatever type I use, auto asset manager load room, and it's going to take a file path. I'm going to somehow return. I'm not going to return anything. Spawn room image is going to be a new type, so return something. Const auto image is whatever this is. File path. Fine, I'll use lowercase. File path. You're saying I want to use desired format to make sure the pixel reading code can assume it's in a specific format. Desired format is what? Why the fuck are you like this? There's format? No, not format. Image. Format? Fuck this. Whatever. Click me through. Okay, I have to make everything compile first before I can even see what I want to look at. What an amazing program. I guess I'll do that later. Desired format. We do. So we're going to somehow load an image. Whatever. I then need to have some way to convert that into, I guess, a pattern. How should that look? I guess it would be an array that's the size of the image in height and width. I don't know if that can be compile. I don't think the compiler, that's something. Let's just go with a vector for now. Tile. I guess in this case we're just looking at category and probably texture as well. So let's go with tile type. Tile model. Alright, thanks, Donut. If this is not already a pre-existing pipe dep, I should probably have it. I should have that. Well, it could be in the same sense. Tile, model, and tile texture. You can have a tile model, and a texture. And you're going to need both of those. How about that? Is tile model done below this? Couldn't do. Let's build, I guess. Oh, shit, it's got the same name as the other one. That makes sense. Come on, clipboard. Score some fucking goals. Alright. Now we've got this. Functionally, this is what tile type used to be. Why do you give those constructors? Very specifically, because I want the ability to have this cat and texture pair together with named members. So I didn't just want to use a pair, and I explicitly want the ability to construct one without a texture, but at least with a category, which lets me have this kind of syntax where I'm constructing it with just the cat. You get that by default. Yeah, but I want to enforce cat, right? Tile cat is an enum, so it can be default constructed as 0, but I don't want that. I don't want to be able to default construct this with a 0. I want to enforce this. I think there was another place I was using it. Cat is semi-enforced by warnings. Yeah, but why not be explicit about it? I think this is fine. I don't care enough to argue about this, unless you've got a very good reason. Nitpicking's one thing, but if this is actually catastrophic for some reason, catastrophic, then let me know. I can't always listen to these things. Load room. You're going to return a std vector of tile, model, and texture. It's a general thing to save you time. Okay, thank you. I'll have it, keep it in mind. Usually I do like to use the default constructor, as you've probably seen. So I imagine I got there because I preferred that behavior. It's more effort to write a constructor, if that makes sense. I did not start by writing a constructor. I was also doing that at the same time as rewriting that entire pattern screen for all the millions of curly braces, so I just ended up there. You should have the map. If not, I can include you in the header. I'm going to assume that you have access to this. Is that true? Because it's not true. You don't have access to the map. Weird. Does map include you? Asset manager. It does, but you're not using it. Nice. So you are in source system map. Right, that should fix that. So what did you say? Pixel format RGBA. Let's let it build first, I guess. I guess spawn room image need to be this. Let's get the syntax working first, actually. Spawn room image does not need to exist. We actually want to have this. We spawn room pattern, I guess. And spawn room pattern is going to be load room from this PNG. And just return an empty thing. I want a tile offset too. Maybe. I need to think about that. Are you going to try Vulkan anytime soon? No. I won't. Yeah, I need to think about that. I don't really know how these rooms are going to be used. For now, my assumption is the rooms will be centered. So I plan on just centering it until it makes sense to not do this. The way the level generator currently works, having all of the room designs be centered, rounded to the bottom left of the tile or whatever, that works for me. So I'm just going to stick to that. I have not had driver issues myself, but I'm sure Donut has. I'm going to just assume centered. That saves the most time. Clang D, fix yourself. I get it. It's tough out there. What's wrong with you? Can I convert from initializer list to donut image? Alright, well, just not going to load you then. I just want to see it compile once. And then I want to use GFX pixel format RGBA, so something like this. Because I do want that alpha. Alright, so this is apparently not at order. I guess the constructor is not. You've been having issues with NVIDIA's drivers specifically because they apparently had a bug with sRGB handling since 2014. That's a pain in the ass. What's the bug? Why is this constructor not working? I wish it was easier to use this program. It's so frustrating that I can't control click on this. Like, I have to just comment out code. It's so janky. What an awful... If someone comes to chat and says, should I use VS Code? Tell them no. Tell them no. Stay away. Here we go. Let's see. So what is the constructor available? So you can construct it empty, construct it with width and height, construct it with an image view, file system file path options. File system file path options. Is that not what I was passing in? Hang on a moment. I'm not switching IDEs. I will just torture myself, but you will have to listen to me complain. Let's see. So it's a GFX image. I mean, I can have to use the curly braces if you're angry at me about those. File system. You're a const ref, probably. That's just a ref, but I mean, I'm going to be const cast one. File path is a const char pointer. Got C string, I guess. And then image options. Const ref to image options. Oh, here's some image options. There's that, and you are... That should be it, right? Alright. He wants the code base all to himself. GL is pretty legacy. But don't tell me that. OpenGL, my beloved. That I've never used. GL get frame buffer attachment parameter IV always reports the default frame buffer to be linear even with sRGB. The thing supports sRGB. What's the solution? Statics? Somewhere? Some magic, little silly magic flag somewhere? You can be made const. Buddy, I'm so happy for you. You could be made const, and for me, I so think that's beautiful. Okay, so the image has get pixels, I guess? Oh, in stride? Get size in bytes, get pixels. Ooh. I could pre-size the vector. Oh. Do I have to unwrap the vector right now? I could unwrap it as I'm iterating through it. That simplifies that logic. Yeah. We can pre-size this. What is it? Allocate? How do I pre-allocate this stuff? Strength to fit, size swap. That was a way to allocate. Is it STD allocate? What is it? Reserve. Reserve based on the image dot get height. This isn't quite right. It would be the size of a tile model and tile texture, which should be 2U8 F. This doesn't need to be optimized. Let's get the code working first. Get pixels. What do you give me? Auto pixels. What do you look like? Const void pointer. What the fuck do I do with this? Returns a read-only non-pointer to the pixel data. So should I iterate from the start of this to get pixel to get size or something? It's size in bytes? How do I iterate through this? So I'm guessing then that the pointer is to the first place in memory that I should treat this like a char pointer, right? The number of bytes in advance to get from one pixel to the next, or 0 if the image does not have a value. Should it be get pixels stride? So I should do get pixels. So it should be something like for size t I is 0, I is less than get image dots. Is it stride? Forgive me if I'm wrong on this. I'll get the logic in place first, and then I'll get the real syntax working. Const auto pixel. I guess it could be a copy as well, whatever. Get pixels. So this is a const char pointer. This is a pointer in memory. Plus I? This would be a pointer to a pixel? That's not quite right. It says get the pixel data for this image. Is this all the pixel data? Is it not just a pointer to the start? Well, how does this work? The pixel data is tightly packed and fully contiguous. The pixels are stored in row major order starting at the bottom left. What on earth is that? Const U8 vec 4 alpha RGBA pointer pixel like const to not rewrite the pointer or the thing, sure. Static. Oh, you can do that? Why does that work? I guess you're just casting. Oh. Okay. I'll try that then. You get the pixel XY with pixels Y multiplied by width multiplied X. Oh, that's really smart, Donut. Thanks for the advice. I need to give you a name. Pixel data. How does this work then? So get pixels returns a void pointer. I was treating this like it was a const char pointer. So it would say where the start of the data is, and then you iterate until you hit a null data of some kind, like an ending bit or whatever. I don't know what format that would be. I also thought the image had a size, so you just iterate from that to the end. But I guess that's sort of what you've provided here with your pixels y multiplied by width times x thing. So I could... Yeah, so actually, no, it is what I've described. It's just a little hard to picture. So it'll be something like... Or size t... I don't know if you do width then height. I think you might. Equals 0. X is less than image dot get height. Forgive me if this is a little off. The idea is there at least. Right? Oh, sorry. Get width. Plus y, something like this. So we iterate over the width, then over the height, and then here I need to say pattern dot and place back something. I'll say const auto pixel is pixel data, and then you say with the stride, so y multiplied by width plus x, and width in this case is this. So here I'd have a pixel, and what information do I have on that pixel? I just have the color data. That's really nice. So I can say in my pixel, if it's transparent, add a air. Hello, Abdel. Hello. Y for the outermost loop is faster because it's row major. It's faster because it's row major. I know this is like really common code for game development, but it's still somehow hard for me to picture. It makes the access pattern more predictable for the cache prefetcher. I understand. Yes, okay, I think I understand then. So the idea is, if I prove that, you have your image. This is a very small image, okay? The image data, I think is... I don't smoke, no. The image data is stored like that, functionally, right? Well, I guess like this. Right? So by iterating over y first, we say y is 0, then check x here, x here, x here. Y is 1, x here, x here, x here. Y is 2, x here, x here, x here. And all this data is stored in memory like so. So it's a little easy. It's nicer for the cache prefetcher or something. Sure. Here comes the MS Paint. I like the MS Paint. Row larger than column. What do you mean by this, Brad? Is this just your preference? You're more of a row guy. Fair enough, to be honest. Pattern dot and place back. So I currently have no way of saying what texture it is. I don't know what color to use for that? Holy shit. Vocals in my music? I've been listening to metal all day. There's such a fucking whiplash. What artist is this? Alright. We should kick out the weirdos from stream. This is Neo Super Express, I think. It's also because memory is fetched into cache in contiguous 64-byte chunks called cache lines. So if you're going pixel by pixel, it's much more effectively. Yeah, because I get the idea is you just want to go across it like this. You don't want to go this, 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 this. That's the idea, right? You're working on malware? Me too, buddy. You just described row major order where row larger than column. I guess just that the word row larger than column confused me, because the grouping of words. Oh, I've been thinking too much. It's fucking 5 hours of stream. I can't say. I'm sorry. I'm gonna shut up and just do my work. Oh, this is hard. I also think I should probably write an application to do this for me. I'm thinking black and what you draw is the Wikipedia image for row major order. So I did understand. Yeah, get in. My brain is becoming soup. All right. Okay. All right. I'm actually gonna say that we have a lot to work with. If we could also say RGB, R is wall, G is floor, and then if the R is less than half, then use the 0th texture, and if it's larger than half, then use the 1th texture. If I add more textures, I'd have to split it up. It's kind of weird. I also think it's harder to see. But I could also just say R is 1, Z like so. So R is 1, could be texture 1 wall, and then R is 2, could be texture 2 wall. It's a little harder to see though as a human, you know? But like, it also means I wouldn't have to edit it later. Because my original thought was like, if the R is in this half, then use the first texture. If it's in this half, use the second texture. But if I add, let's say 40 textures, it's going to be kind of hard to tell anyway. So maybe I just leave this and make it programmatic in the future. W song, I'm enjoying it. I love J-pop. So R is going to be the wall, if it's a wall, and G can be if it's a floor. So forgive me that you can't really see on stream, but there you go. Is programming at this level hard? Yeah, it's impossible. I would never be able to do it. How's the malware going? I hope it's going well. Please share with the class when you're done. Let's say cons auto texture is, well, I guess I could also split it. So R is the model and G is the texture. That's even easier, isn't it? Well, easier is a silly thing to say, but it's actually, yeah, say texture is the R value. It's even harder to see that in a visual editor though, right? That's kind of the annoying part. You finally fixed your first person camera. Where was the minus? I'm like, how much effort is it to just write my own UI to make these rooms? Terrible thing to say. Or think. I could also just not store texture and purely store shape. But then if I wanted multiple textures, You know nothing about malware. How's writing it going? Is it a good learning exercise? You could make LibDonut malware so you could fix your code when you're looking. You could, but I'd be really upset. So I'd rather you didn't. But indeed, I'm not checking your... Well, I'm also not updating the versions that often, but... I'm not reading your source code that thoroughly. Really. So you very easily could, yeah. Please don't. Wanna go? Alright. You know what? Life's too fucking short. Let's just say the texture is fucking... We're just loading in tree. And then later on we can... If we can just come up with something else, because this will come up in another time. Nah, fuck it, it does matter. Ah, I hate myself. What was I saying before? R is wall. G... Oxygen, not comments. I tried to, if it fucking loads. Okay, let's say, we'll do it like this. X is larger than 0. Blah. And we'll do it else ifs. So if you make a fucking special color, then too bad. It's a wall. This is a good time for comments. Wall. Floor. Then again, if I want multiple... yeah, what I said before makes more sense. So what I can actually say is... Yeah, alright. I don't really like this though, but... Tile... And place back one of these lads. Dot model is something. Dot texture is something. Well, don't even need the equals, do I? Wow, so modern. Model is going to be the pixel X, and we're going to have to cast it, and the other is going to be the pixel Y, and the others just aren't going to matter. I think. Yeah. I might even just be able to construct it with a U8. Oh, sorry. Connect the camera bone to the neck had flipped the axis upside down for some strange reason. The minus was part of a global transform. Oh, you're connecting rotations together. Oh. I guess I'm not allowed to do that. Like so. And then do you want me to cast those, I guess? You want a model and a texture. Oh, model and texture. Alright. Keep your secrets. Yeah, I have to cast it. Yes, that makes sense. Okay. What kind of game am I making? I'm making a roguelite. Okay, this is actually quite neat. So... Fine. The way this works is it treats this image, it treats the R as the model, and the Y, which I'm guessing that X, Y, and W, X, Y, Z, W is RGB alpha, where W is alpha, right? Right? Right. So R is the model, and G is the texture. So if I want it to be a tree, I set G to 0, 1, 2. Well, what value are you, little guy? 2. I just need to set the model correctly. So your G should be 2 as well. The model that for the wall I want to use is, I guess, wall undefined, which is 31. So I set R to 31. R to 31, G to 2. That's this lovely color. That's a wall. And then a floor will be, I guess, normal, alt, mon, wall, floor, normal, sure. Floor normal, so that's 14. So I set the R to 14 for this other one. So you can tell them apart as long as the models aren't next to each other. Can we see it? Yeah, when I've got this working, yeah. So you can kind of tell. If the models are next to each other, it's kind of hard to see, but yeah. This is peak. Hell yeah. In this case, on the Abyss, this is, I guess, air? Or is there something better? No draw. Let's go with air. So that would be 13 and 2. That doesn't really matter. Kind of hard to tell, isn't it? Wait, 13? Yeah, it's 1 away from the floor. It does work, though. I could also just use the transparency. It might make this code a little messier, but it'll make editing a little easier. So let's go with that. Sometimes you have to think about me. If the alpha is 0, we're going to have a special use case. It complicates the code a little bit to make the undefined unless you want to make a hole. No? Yeah, doesn't really matter. Undefined air, I think, will have some weird interactions, so I'm not going to do that. Well, I guess we could do it and see. We can just see what it does. My plan when I'm reading in the room is just to ignore it if it's air, so it doesn't matter. I'm not going to actually write air with this, so don't worry about it. If pixel dot w is equal to 0, then I want to place back an air. You assume it includes, it will ignore it. Yeah, it will ignore undefined, yeah. That's true. So this is fine. Something like this will do. Now, as for the direction that this takes, you say it's flipped vertically, so it's reading top left to bottom. Fine. So now I have a vector somewhere of tile information, probably. I don't know what happens if you put in an image that is larger than tile model count. It's a U8. There's no such thing as a 64. I don't know what it'll do. We'll find out. It's not an enum, it's just a number, so yeah, I don't know. Anyway. What I'm going to do in the level generator, if you want it to be bottom to top again, you can use image get height. Yeah, I'm trying to work out what makes sense. Image.get height -1 -1. I still don't know. Let's, for testing's sake, let's make the room asymmetrical. Let's make it like a little arrow. Like that. It should be this shape. Like an arrow pointing up. Right? Like a little umbrella. That way we can actually see if it maintains the order. So you're suggesting for Y here? We should do image.getHeight -1 -y. Let's go with that. I'll leave a little comment. Okay, let's see. Level generator system. So in here, we need to have a way of converting this into map stuff. So let's go for the spawn room. We're not doing this anymore. We need to get the spawn room data, which is spawn room pattern. Do you have access to the asset manager or not? That's kind of a pain. I guess I can pass it in with the context object. I could have a struct somewhere or a set or I don't know. Some form of rooms. Right now there's just one room, so I'm not going to focus my little brain on it. But we have level generator settings at least. So we could pass in just a reference to this. Or is this... That should be okay. This isn't another... let's do a copy for now, because this isn't another thread. I'm not concerned about that. On room data. I almost wonder if it's worth putting in the file path, but doing that on async is especially weird. So when you're constructing the settings, I'm just going to pass in a copy of this level generator stuff. That's the easiest place to get started. Where do I construct you? Where do you get called? Let's put in CVARs, and then when are you updated? Ah, okay. Well, in this case, we're already getting a copy of settings here. Let's just say settings dot, just to have something working first, right? What did I call it? Spawn room? Spawn room data. It's easiest to start here. Asset manager dot spawn room pattern. Could be easy. So you can file that. How exciting. It would be cool if we can get this working. I love the idea of being able to design levels in like an image or in an editor. That's essentially how level editors work. I just used color because it lets me use an image editor. Load room should probably include width and height of the room in the return value. Otherwise the only way to know is to take its square and take square root to get the width. Yeah. Or at least the pattern should store the data and then some metadata. Right? Because then you know how to wrap it. It otherwise just assumes it's a square, right? Yeah, that's what you wrote, okay. That's fine. I'm gonna make a new struct called room data. It's gonna have a Tala model and texture. I'm just gonna say data. That's gonna be an STD array of that. Vector, whatever. It's gonna be on the heap as a treat. Vector of that, and then it can have a size t width. I can have a size ivec 2 size. How about that? So room data. There's so many vocals in this. I guess it's J-Rock. Okay, so load room is now actually going to return a room data. Room data. Data.pattern. Data. Let's call it room data, it's a bit generic. Room data, load room, room data, wee. I do prefer having a struct instead of the vector thing. Room data, and we can even say the size is the image, well, image dot width and the height. Something like that. Are you floats or ints? You're a size T. Perfect. You also want to be a room data. That should help. I didn't call this. No, I called this. I love Toho music. I didn't call it pattern. Oh, did I call it data? Let's call it pattern. That sounds nice. This is quite exciting, isn't it? Right. That took a few too many goes, but fine. Now we are in game start. Your spawn room data should actually be room data, and you can have a copy. It's not a massive file type for now. That's okay. We could even move it around and reload it. But this will be okay. Spawn room pattern. Let's see, you're const, so you don't want to be modified. That's okay. So now level generator takes this into its settings. And when we are constructing the spawn room, we can pass in the settings as well. So, how do I normally do this? How do I store the settings locally, right? Surely. Yeah, of course I do. I was thinking, like, why would I not store that locally? Of course I do. So this will be settings dot spawn room data. Right? Ass. Great. So now what I need to do is, in your tile game example, you use the name brush, kind of like a paint program. You liked how it reminded you of BSP brushes in Source. That is quite cute. So, I need to unwrap it, so it was designed Y to X. So I guess I just need to do that again in reverse. And I'm not offsetting it yet, okay? I'm just doing it from whatever position it likes. I'll move it in a moment. One thing at a time. Load room. So I'm just going to invert this. But instead of using image get width, it's going to be the pattern dot width and height or whatever. Pattern dot size dot, well, y and x. Hopefully those are the same. So as we iterate through this, I'm just going to set the position in the map without any thought at that exact position. Something like this. And let's just say at X and Y. I'll move we want to, I guess, ignore, what was it? Undefined tile texture. If, oh, let's just say const auto tile equals spawn room pattern dot, oh, pattern at, and then do I use this in reverse? Or I guess I just do y multiplied by width plus x. Is that right? I'm not sure about that. That should be right. Okay. Because this is essentially that unwrapping. What did you call it? Because we're going from a to a sciencey. You need a lot of maths to do game dev. We have a tile, and I'm going to say if the tile dot texture isn't equal to undefined, then map.setTile at the position, set the tile. And you are not actually a tile yet, so we need to construct a tile. So we can actually just do this. Tile, well, is it dot texture is tile dot texture dot model is tile dot model. Now you're angry at me. Now I think you probably want... your texture. You're a model. You need some... oh, you are a constructor, aren't you? That makes sense. The root to the... yeah. I promise you. I'm a real smarty. Yeah, and it defaults to nav area ID 0. That's fine. PBH. Probably. I should move things around. I guess it's health by default, and yeah, I think that might just be it. Can be made const, buddy? For you? Can it? I guess I'm adjust. Const functions can fuck with other things that aren't const. You sure about that, little guy? That's fucked. Because map.setTile, that does stuff. It's weird that I could make you const. Because I guess it's not changing anything in itself, but still. You know. Alright, something is not evaluating to an expression. Oh dear. What could it be? Something wrong in the header? Oh dear. What could it be? Oh no. Header problems. Life is cruel. What's wrong, little fella? Oh, it's missing a semicolon after my struct. That's what the error message said, isn't it? Oh, it's difficult being so smart sometimes. It would make sense for it to be constant since it doesn't modify itself. Yeah, it's the itself part. It's const is about modifying itself, but it's funny that the function could be const, but like, oh yeah, it's const for me, but I do break my friend's legs, you know. I get it. We've all got like a fucking hobby. It's, you know, it's silly. You pass the map in as non-const explicitly. That's true. That little guy... the Bone Breaker. Introducing the Bone Shredder. Let's see what this does. Did I try doing this before? When we re-bought Woho back, didn't we do something like this? But we actually were just drawing an image on the screen or something. Something like that. Oh! Yeah, it's the thing I did! The auto tiler's a little confused. It just fucking works. Hang on. Oh, it just fucking work. Hang on a moment. Export. Reload assets. Jarvis, generate level. Jarvis did not generate the level. That made it too big. Probably made it way too fucking big. Hang on, if I zoom out then... Whoa! Yo! You can't see, A-Sprite's in the way, shit. Look at this! Isn't that sick? Oh, the thing I made. It's real. Wow. I was going to draw a penis. I think you assumed I would, but I didn't. I chose not to. That's beautiful. And you can see the little hearts, because normally you don't have this many walls. I made them hearts. I don't know if you fucking know how sick this is, but you can draw something in fucking MS Paint, and it turns into a map. It's a level editor. I've made a level editor. You could store the level data as a PNG. I could write something that exports the entire map as a PNG and then loads it later. Is that not fucking sick? The use of some French. Okay, I do have free will. Got a bit of hair on it. Let's go. Jarvis, draw a penis. Take me over there. Yo! Yes! Yes! Who's fucking roguelike can draw a penis? This guy's. Oh my god. It started with being able to destroy walls with a rocket launcher and draw a penis that way. It ended with... I could import a fucking PNG and draw it as a level. I could write something that, like, tries to convert it to the nearest possible level. You could embed the map data in an ancillary chunk of the PNG and make the image something completely different. Oh yeah. Hide it. Use PNGs to design levels, but it's easy, you just make a tool that you can place stuff in the game. I mean, yeah, that's what this is. This is being placed in the game as a PNG. If I wrote a tool, like a basic UI in, like, Python or something. Hello, this is your first time on the channel and you see this. Hello. Welcome. I'm a software developer. I hope this is a good first image of my channel. We were making welcome. We're making spawn rooms. Look, you can you can load in a spawn room. Isn't that cool? Look at this. Look at this. Look, spawn. I just made this. It's new. So the music doesn't really make it any better, does it? Oh well, whatever. I don't give a shit. I'm having a great time. Yeah, so I could write... I can't think with this music. You could write a little UI that draws all of these colors as the actual texture and tile. What is the music? It's got... it is called Munya Munya Diary. Munya Munya Diary. Who's it by? It's at 1 hour and 14 in. Bamboo Forest of the Full Moon. I can't sing like this. I could try, but I can't. Anyway, let's get the centering working. I'm just gonna leave this music playing. It's fucking filling me with so much joy. I'm feeling so joy-pilled and based and all that fucking shit. All right. Let's say we want to generate spawn room. This function should just be generate room. I'm just going to call it generate. Well, we need to generate spawn room, but generate room. We're going to pass in some room data. Bam. Instead of this stuff, it's going to be like this. And we're going to want a start position, which will be an IVEC2 start position. Or center position. So. How do I do this? We need to work out the center position offset from the X and Y. So IVEC2 offset is, and I guess it's room data dot size dot x halved, and it can be truncated however it likes. Room data dot size dot y. And then I think I need to add on a center position to that. Add on? Add on? Or minus? Because really it's starting in the bottom left, right? So previously it was drawing everything up and to the right from here. It actually needs to be based on this position minus this offset, I think. Maybe. Narrowing of int to float. What? Oh, whoops. So it'll be offset plus Oz, I guess. And you can be an IVEC3. Maybe? Even better, I can put the offset in here. Well, you're a Vec2. Sorry, does set tile not take an IVEC? Oh, it does. Oops. Oh, here we go. Banging tunes. Okay, do I have to cast you, I guess? Fine. Do I want to floor it? Why not? Saying, do I want to floor it sounds cool, so I'm going to do it. What's wrong, little fella? I guess your is X. Alright. Right. I kind of thought this would be chill. I guess I could cast you as float. Static cast, static star, static cast. The same thing as just integer divided by 2. Yeah, I'm realizing that now. There's a lot of shit on the screen. Let's just do int divide. And then this. I don't know why I'm so allergic to 2. Or dividing. I guess I'm addicted to multiplying by half. Let's see. So generate room does all this. And then that will live in here. So generate room. What I need to do up here is do generate room. Pass in the map. Settings dot spawn room data, and position will be, well, in this case, 0, 0. Because it's the middle. And really, generate nav areas should probably happen after all this shit, right? Once you've already removed all the small rooms, nav areas should definitely happen after all this stuff. Yeah, why am I bothering with this? Hello, Void. You could do all this. I believe in you. So this may work. I guess we'll find out. I have a feeling it's going to spawn the player in a wall. I hope it does, actually. I hope he spawns in a wall. But it should spawn in the very center. Let's see. Can't believe I made a functioning level editor. Kinda. Also. It crashed! No! Why did it crash? Oh. Remove small rooms. Cares. Why? Oh, it uses the nav area ID to... Yeah. Fine. Alright. Whatever. It knows it's a small room because the nav area size is small. That's how that works. That makes sense. Hey, pretty good. You don't need to spawn inside a wall. I can fix that, I guess, but you get your own little prison. And look, I can just remove the pixel and then save it. And then when I reload assets and reload the level, wow, look at that. I just need to make it so enemies don't spawn here. That's fine. The easiest way to do that is just to do a distance check or something. I can also probably start checking if it's a wall or not. I also have a feeling that I need to, when I'm spawning an enemy, I need to apply the same offset I do with the player, because I think I don't. In level systems manager, start game play. There we go. Spawn character. They're spawned at half and half, right? So, you. Enemy spawn positions. Yeah. This needs to have half added onto it. Should help at least a little bit. Oh. I left some redundant flaws in the placement code, did I? Let's see if the deduce type works. Oh, it does. Oh, it doesn't. That's funny. Are you an IVEC? Yeah, you are an IVEC. Okay, well, that's problematic. Enemy spawn positions can be a VEC 3 then. Welcome to your world. You switch to integer divide. I guess it stays as an integer, so it automatically truncates it, right? Or floors it, I suppose. Okay, this is fine. Oh yeah. Good catch. So, what I can also do is say if enemy spawn position dot, I can change this, position, const auto position is this. If position dot, is there a abs on that? I don't want the length of everything larger than, I don't know, 6. I think that works, right? The thing you need to know about divides and speed is that if you stay in integer land and divide by a constant power of 2, it can be optimized to just a right shift. Oh, just goes blip. Okay. That's good to know. That's really good to know. Thanks, Donut. Your BF says hello. Hello. Oh, level. Enemy spawn chance, 100. Yeah, that 6 thing is a bit aggressive, it seems. But it is indeed spawning the enemies. I think it shouldn't be spawning them in walls quite so often. Or at all. I think. Because the problem was the enemy was being spawned potentially with their bottom left half in a wall. That should be fixed now. Look how safe you are nestled in your little tree. How lovely. Does it look like a tree? I feel like it might. Make it bigger. How big do you like your trees? It could be any shape you like. I'm gonna make the level small. Look at how small it is. Yeah, I guess half of this now is no longer an even number. That makes sense. Like another size. Why have you made my shape like this? Circles are hard, aren't they? You get the idea at least. It doesn't really matter. I think small is fine. You can have a little claustrophobia as a treat. I can even not offset the player and just spawn them in the very middle. Interesting thought. Yeah, this isn't claustrophobic enough. Be smaller. The original thing was fun. Okay, anyway, let's make a level and see where the enemies are. Oops. Why does it not seem to be spawning enemies nearby me? I said 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They shouldn't be spawning in this area. It feels like it's... Enemy spawn chance is 100%. Oh, let's turn off room gen chance. Something's not right. Quite the variety of music to do. I said that earlier, didn't I? We can listen to some Perfect Cherry Blossom. I thought this wasn't that stupid. If you abs the position and make sure they're larger than a certain number, I kind of thought that meant they would stay away from something. Max steps, something like this. kind of looks like it's not spawning them in any plus, which I guess makes complete sense. I've just written the code stupidly. Yeah, it's just not spawning them in a plus around you, because I guess in this case, the X is not... Okay, that's stupid then. Should it just be length? X plus Y. Probably. So it should be length? Length position? Hello, Zan. Well, I don't know if that's probably going to include the Z, right? We want the vec2 of that. Right? This should only spawn stuff that is further than 4 away, I hope. How are you doing, Zan? Also, I'm realizing now that enemies don't spawn in generated rooms. They only spawn in floor. I need to think about. Let's see. Make the room smaller. Guarantee spawns. Is it just the opposite? Like it just doesn't spawn on diagonals now? Or am I dumb? Hang on, let's turn off rooms. There still seem to be something. I think I always spawn a scattered room around the entrance, to be honest. Yeah, I do. My fault. Because originally you didn't have a spawn room to spawn in. That's okay. Let's move a few further. India here. Hello, India. Yeah, this works. I was sort of correct, I guess. And if I now turn on the room gen chance to 100%, you'll see loads of space without enemies. So, whenever I add a floor in general, I should probably roll a enemy spawn chance. Enemy spawn chance. So I'm just going to add that. Void. Roll enemy spawn. I don't know what it's going to take. Whatever stuff goes in here. This, I guess. So you're going to want to pause. I guess on Vec 3. Maybe? What are you? Vec 2. Oh. Floor layer. No, you can take a Vec 2 or iVec 2. And then something like this. And what's X offset and Y offset? Where it is, I guess. Actually, how the pos thing is needed. Oh, that's the Roomba doing extra width and height. Fine. In which case you can just pass in the pos then. So roll, enemy, spawn, we'll pass in a map, and we'll pass in that pos. It's a Vec 3. So that's fine, and you want a map. Map, ref, map. So that goes in here. Music's nice. Banger. Alright. Set tile. So you're doing that when you're adding rooms and when you're generating rooms. So I guess I could roll it in here as well. You don't necessarily know that this is the spawn room. Oh. That's no longer const. Funny that. Funny how stuff happens. Roll enemy spawn, set tile. Set tile, roll enemy spawn. This probably should just be baked in, maybe, but problems for later. Position now, huh? Dude, the cherry blossom music's so fucking good. Right, they should now roll enemy spawns even in rooms, which I guess was just a problem we've always had. Sometimes you'll generate these boot levels and there would be nothing, just because there was no enemies there. Speaking of right shift, you found out that since 20, you don't have to do the crazy dance we did in map to get chunk indices for negative numbers, the integer floor div. You just have to do the right shift equivalent of the divide explicitly, because it's defined to be an arithmetic shift. What? Hang on, let me have a look at that in a second. How to center a div? I don't know, ask Claude. Zoom out. Let's see. Short. Enemy spawn chance 100. Hey, look at that. Oh, probably should check the enemies aren't being put in the fucking void. That'd be a good one. How do I do that? Oh, hang on, actually. Enemy spawn positions. You are a unordered map. So, when you are removing small rooms, you also remove a tile. Right? You do. Tile.model flat isn't equal to tile air in navigation areas. You change it to air. And then we also want to do enemy spawn positions at... This might be a little messy. Maybe dot race. Oh, whoops. This isn't tile. This should be tile position. You're an IVEC 3. You're an unordered map of VEC 3. It might be problematic. I gotta just make you IVEC 3 and then convert you later. I think it makes sense. This makes... this I'm not so confident in. I think I do just need to check if the enemy's in a wall or something. Just do a get tile and see if it's safe. Like I'm doing here. You might complain now. Because you are now going to be an IVEC. Yeah. I can just construct one. I think it does make sense to check in the map here. What kind of engine am I building? A roguelike 2D thing. Something like that. First. Oh, am I not allowed to make a VEC 3 with an IVEC 3? I kind of thought I could. Alright, new plan. Well, this might be okay. Oh, my music ended. Toho Metal. Blue Archive soundtrack. We can listen to the BA's soundtrack. Alright. You can't make an IVEC 3 into a VEC 3? I thought I could. How about this? Maybe there's a function for that? That'd be handy. To add together an IVEC and a VEC. I guess not. Okay. Oh, dear. The enemy spawn positions is really the tiles that they'd spawn next to. I think it's kind of nice to keep them as integers so I can add and delete them and ensure there's only one there at a time and so on and so forth. And then to modify them here. Why are you so complicated, little guy? I really thought there was a constructor for that. Because this is stupid. I don't know. But maybe that's what I have to do. Is there no way to construct a vec3 with an ivec3? I don't know how I feel about that. No, I can do this thing. I can work out the spawn room size. Swamp's auto spawn room size is... Do I still have the level generator stuff here? I guess not. Maybe new map? Erase the future with start time on map. You don't have the settings available, do you? Fine. I think. No, because that's level generator stuff. Why do I normally put that stuff? It's put into the C vars, right? Oh no, it's a copy that's created. That's annoying. I guess I could store in the settings the most recent, on the context, the most recently used spawn room settings. Let's ignore that for now, to be honest. Advanced auto spawn room size radius is 4. What are you? 7x7? Yeah, let's just do that. Don't need to make something dynamic right now. We can do that later. Really, what I want to say is have a bunch of optionals where enemies wouldn't spawn. If let's say const auto spawn tile is map dot get tile copy at position. If spawn tile dot model is air, or even better, get tile cat spawn room spawn tile dot model isn't equal to cat floor. So if it's not a floor, continue. I guess. If spawn tile dot texture is, let's just say that for now the tree is unspawnable on texture 3. Continue. That would even have to undo this weird vec thing we're doing. And then just spawn the enemy. So if it's not a floor, and it's not in the base texture, then move on. Obviously it's going to be not equal to whatever. So level, let's zoom out a bit. Guarantee, bam. It does seem to still be spawning enemies out of the screen. It's not spawning them in the little house anymore, at least. Why are you still spawning inside walls, little guy? Is it not using the offset correctly or something? the texture isn't equal to forest. I guess get tile copy. Well, it should downgrade back to here. I don't like this. Get rid of this. Well, I'll leave it in, because I might actually want to keep the radius thing in. Anyway, spawn enemy at position. It's plus 0.5, 0.5, not minus, right? That should be correct, because the bottom left of the tile should be 0, 0. Oh, sorry, factory. Position is 0.5, 0.5, yeah. I think that's right. I don't like that there's still enemies spawning in the wall. I kind of thought this would fix it. I could also check if the nav area has more than like one thing in it. And just not spawn enemies in impossible gaps. Require them to have a little bit of space. It's not equal to floor. Continue is correct, right? Yeah, should be. Well, could also do this. I don't know if this is better. It also works. I don't know if that's easier to understand. Oh. Maybe they're just pushing each other through the walls sometimes. Or maybe continue was not quite doing what I wanted it to do. Kind of looks to me like they're no longer spawning in the walls, doesn't it? Obviously the level's a little squished, but if I extend this out... Wow, wow, wow. That's a lot of guys. Let me see like a normal looking level gen. Oh, something I need to fix. This thing. Yeah, they can immediately shoot you as soon as you break out. It's kind of like a game now. You see this shit. Obviously, enemies can't see me because I'm in a spawn room. That's scary. Oops. I guess I could make it full screen for me. I can actually make it full screen, full screen. Hang on. Look at this. Doesn't look any different to you, I guess. Ow. It's kind of hard to tell whose bullets are yours. Maybe I should make them like tinted red or something if the enemy's shooting them. I don't really play the game as like a game very much, I'm now realizing. Well, that gun went flying. I could reuse the same behavior that I've just given to the enemy to stop like entities spawning inside walls, by the way. That'd be easy enough. Oh shit, that guy's got a flamethrower. The fucking frame rate destroyer. 2 of them. God. That's laggy. Thank you, Grimlock. We were starting to actually work on like gameplay stuff today, like the spawn room thing. Oh, it's been completely destroyed. The spawn room thing, that was a big deal today. Yeah, look, I've got reload on kill, so you can like shoot the sniper rifle super quick if you can chain together frags with it. It's pretty cool. It'll be a little hard to aim with though. Guy's got a fucking rocket launcher. Alright. It's looking pretty good, right? You're obviously getting way too many upgrades. It's because I made it so you only need like 1 XP. like 1% of the XP to upgrade so I could test those. That guy shot himself with his own rocket launcher. That was funny. The enemies also don't really understand like what range their gun is. So you'll see like the knife guy and the flamethrower guy won't really make that much of an effort to get into... I mean, this guy's clearly getting into melee range. He's not programmed to get into melee range. You can see him standing there trying to shoot me. So I think I will need to, like... Guns should have, like, an ideal range baked into them or something, so enemies will know that they want to sort of get to that range. It's kind of fun that he, like, threatens you. He's like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Pretty sick, right? Alright. Well, that's like successful, I think. The little spawn room thing. So now I'm pretty confident that, like, if I had a boss arena, I would just draw something, and then I could load those in, and it would just be like its own little tile area, and you'd go in and fight the boss in their little arena. I think that solves that problem we were thinking about. I also don't know if you noticed, but I very cleverly made it so the wood tiles corner, like Game Boy tiles, they're not like transparent on the edges, and I think that looks a lot better than the alternative, which is randomly having either the inside of the wood tree have grassy floor or the outside otherwise. I think this looks okay myself. I assume you didn't look at it until I pointed at it. I'm so happy with the auto tiler, dude. I've made some amazing progress today. It has been 6 hours. Oh my god. Today I've managed to get the auto tiler working with multiple different file sets, and the ability to make rooms in like an image editor, which I think is insanely cool. Because now, you know what this means? As the level generates, instead of using like some random noise or an algorithm, I could just say like, you know, punch out a hole like this, and just come up with a bunch of these. You should eat something, think of your gains. You're completely right. I did eat half a pizza before starting this stream. Don't tell anyone. But like, my idea for the rooms was always to do this. So as the level generator goes around, it picks from these patterns and randomly plops those down. Instead of right now, it basically just does a bunch of single tiles like this, based on some component, like some levers. So it'll be amount that it creates, the chance it creates, and so on. But it does make this sort of scattered appearance. Being able to just say, as the level generates, occasionally drop like a fucking smiley face or whatever. It could do that. I could just write that. Isn't that sick as fuck? Sorry for my French. I think that's fucking awesome. And with the current system, I haven't been experimenting with this, but you can also use the normal walls. You just have to change the texture to 1, and I could spawn a normal wall in the middle, like so. As I said, RGB, the RNG of the model and texture. You see how the middle is now a tree? That is because the R value, the red, is 1. If I set this back to 2, then this is now going to be a wood. Oh, did I not save? I need to save. That's fucking awesome. Reload assets. Yeah, look at that. That's cool. And hot reloading. I mean, it's always been hot reloading, but I continued using it for this. IMO, really cool. It's really cool. And like, you know, in here the floor looks a little boring, right? Kind of the same. Well, you can't see because Ace Bright's in the way, but floor's a little boring, right? I could use these last 3 as well. So let's say 5960, for example. If I make, I think this is right. Oh, whoops. $59. And then a 60. And I think there's also a 61 and 62, right? Obviously, I could just randomize this the same way I do with the normal floor, but, you know. Something like this. File, export as, bam. Go into the... Whoops. What is Ace Bright? Go into... Fuck's sake. Ace Bright. Reload assets, generate level, bam. Now the floor texture is randomized. Well, not randomized, but it's different. Cool, huh? Maybe I could have it as like a little spiral, you know? Like that, or something. Now the little space that you spawn in is special. I'm really proud of it. I think I've made really awesome progress. And also I fixed a bug. When I started the stream, I actually done a shit ton today. Like, I fixed a bug with character select, where it was, shit. For lack of a better word. This is so cool. Okay. Well, I'm going to stop there then, I think. It's 8 o'clock. I'm going to go eat something, and then I'm going to do something with my evening. I hope you liked the stream today. It's been a long one. Good night. Bye-bye. See ya. Oh. I don't know what I'm going to cook for dinner, though. It was fun. It was very fun. I should probably start doing, like, devlogs or something. Like, people would like this stuff. I like this stuff. Anyway. Bye-bye. See ya. Good night. Au revoir.